never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I believe that is the cue to close out the weekend. Well, in the Eastern time zone, as we cross over the midnight hour. Hey, final week of June here, getting underway. July 1, rolling around this Friday, 4th of July weekend, Independence Day weekend, I should say. Independence Day. So yeah, trust you had a good weekend there. Final weekend for the month of June. Good times, had some beautiful weather out there. Chance to get together with old friends, reminisce. Talking about how we're getting old, sitting around like a bunch of old farts, griping about our aches and pains. Oh, God, I love it. It is overnighttdriveradio.com. That's where you find us on your iPhone, your Android, YouTube, Facebook, all the podcast locations. Of course, when we wrap things up live here. And, of course, welcome aboard to our friends via tncradio.live. Checking in from the Texas studios. Tom Kelly says the planets are aligned for another great week on the road. And TNC Radio ready to be with you every mile. Just after we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, TNC Radio goes on. This morning, it's our friend Stan Campbell and the Trucker Radio Show. 2 hours of fun, laughter, country music, stories of interest for all the truck drivers out there. It fires up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, we like to take a look at our travelers' weather for the drivers out there. What's going on? Boy, as far as the weather advisories page, watches, warnings, it's a very quiet map tonight. We do still have heat advisories along the West Coast. Heat advisories through central and southwestern California. More in northern California up through western Oregon, western Washington. There is a bit of a respite from the heat coming your way there in the Pacific Northwest over the next couple of days, though. Meanwhile, the monsoon season is underway in the southwestern portions of the country. We're looking at some much-needed rainfall in parts of Arizona and more rain in New Mexico tonight. Not a whole lot, really, in Arizona. There's some pretty decent showers from right about the southwest corner of Phoenix on down through much of southwestern Arizona. Some pockets of heavier rain in the mix there. Have some scattered showers and thunderstorms, some heavier rain from right about Carlsbad, New Mexico, just off to the east of Carlsbad, extending all the way up to Roswell, New Mexico. Right now, Albuquerque is pretty much high and dry. A lot of rain along Interstate 25, south of I-40, to the west of Albuquerque. Let's put things in motion, see what direction. All right, that's all moving to the northeast. You may indeed see some rain reaching up into the Albuquerque region during the overnight hours tonight. According to the models here, looks like it's going to hold together. You'll see a lot of rain along 25, all the way from Socorro, New Mexico, all the way up to Albuquerque over the next few hours. Meanwhile, we better start with our friends along the Gulf Coast, where at the moment things are, well, it's clear in Texas, but a lot of rain coming ashore in southern portions of Louisiana. And you're kind of on alert for some tropical moisture. Forecasters putting portions of the Gulf Coast on alert for the possibility of a tropical system and maybe some flooding rain in just a few days. Of course, the tropical season officially started June 1. The first named tropical storm of the season was Alex, that formed just 5 days later. Brought some drenching rainfall across parts of Florida before the end of the month of May. And the U.S. could again be threatened by a tropical system this week. Conditions are for development across the northwestern portions of the Gulf of Mexico are looking favorable for the final days of June here. AccuWeather explained that the light wind shear or the disruptive winds in the atmosphere combined with above normal water temperatures will contribute to the tropical development possible maybe Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. Should the environment stay favorable for long enough, it's not out of the question. Wind speeds can increase enough for the formation of a tropical depression or maybe even a tropical storm. With this tropical threat, residents along the Texas and Louisiana Gulf Coast should be on alert for the potential of a quick-forming system, they tell us. Now, whether a tropical feature is able to organize or not, even without tropical development, heavy rain is going to target much of the Gulf Coast this week. An influx of tropical moisture streaming up from the Gulf of Mexico is going to run into a stalled front across the southern states. These opposite forces are going to squeeze out that moisture in between, which will lead to downpours stretching from Texas to the Florida Panhandle. This particular pattern's probably going to persist for a few days. So we'll be talking about some of the same areas being hit with more than one or two rounds of heavy rainfall. Now, this could help portions of the Texas and Louisiana Gulf Coast that are right now experiencing drought. That would be beneficial rains. Now, while portions of those two states could really use the rain, it's possible that rain may come in too quickly for the dry ground to absorb. We could be talking about flash flooding. Motorists to be cautious of ponding of water on the roadways and reduced visibility. Outside of this zone, across portions of Mississippi, Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, we're also expecting some downpours. Now, because this area has experienced closer to normal rainfall over the past several months, flash flooding would be less likely. But forecasters also keeping an eye on a tropical feature expected to push into the southeastern Caribbean later this week as well. This system has the potential to develop in a similar time frame as that tropical threat near Texas. Now, if both were to strengthen enough to become a tropical storm, they could actually kind of be fighting for which is going to have the next name, who develops fastest. Either way, the next name on the system this hurricane season will be Bonnie. Tropical weather forecasters expect an above-average tropical season and above-average impacts, direct impacts on the USA this year. They remain concerned there could be one or more significant impacts on Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the southeastern U.S. mainland. Hurricane season officially underway. All right, stepping out west once again, we mentioned the monsoon season. Many in the southwest have seen some showers and thunderstorms slide through, and more of the same is in the forecast. While that rainfall will help dent the ongoing drought and keep the wildfire concerns at bay, again, you get too much in too short a time, flash flooding possibilities. For most of the desert southwest, the weather conditions in May and June, totally opposites, couldn't be more different. Albuquerque, for instance, where you're looking at some rain tonight, Albuquerque had no measurable rainfall during the month of May. But here we are, the month of June, winding things down, the monsoon kicked in. Tropical moisture streaming northward, bringing rounds of rain, just shy of 1.5 inches of rain. Over 250% of the normal for the month has fallen through June the 25th. And as I said, you've got more on the way tonight. Similarly, Flagstaff, Arizona, no measurable rain in the month of May. Close to an average 0.4 of an inch has fallen through the first 25 days of June. Most of that fell over this past week. Looks like more rain in the form of monsoon-driven showers and storms expected through the day today. Albuquerque, Flagstaff, and all the way northeast to maybe Colorado Springs may see your rainfall totals for the month of June continuing to rise early this week. Hot, dry conditions have been more persistent in cities like Phoenix and Tucson, Arizona. Yeah, those two cities have, for the most part, missed out on the rain so far. However, it's possible some spotty thunder showers may occur in those cities early this week. Matter of fact, over the weekend, Saturday, Phoenix recorded its most rainfall so far this monsoon season. Just over a tenth of an inch of rainfall. That ain't much, but now as much as an inch of rain could fall across much of Arizona and New Mexico through the upcoming day with these monsoon-driven rains, in some places doubling the amount of rain you've seen so far in the month of June. As is normally the case with monsoon thunderstorms, wet weather is likely to be most widespread during the afternoon and evening hours. Any rain that continues in the southwest will be highly beneficial. With the ongoing drought situation, as we were talking, the reservoirs, specifically, we were talking about Lake Mead there on Friday morning, historical low levels. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, 98% of Arizona is in some stage of drought right now. In New Mexico, the entire state is experiencing drought conditions. 52% of that state is in exceptional drought, which is the most severe category. With such a major lack of water, monsoon-driven rain will need to be persistent to have any real impact on putting a dent in the drought conditions. All right, even in spots that may not see some heavy rainfall, flooding can still occur from a storm that may be dropping torrential rains literally miles away. Any flood threat will be locally higher in the wildfire burn scar areas. Obviously, with the lack of vegetation, rainwater just quickly flows downhill. Another danger with the monsoon thunderstorms, of course, the risk of lightning. Should a bolt of lightning strike some dry vegetation, boom, you could have another wildfire. And thunderstorms can also bring stronger and quickly changing winds, which can make any existing or new wildfires very difficult. While there's the potential for a dry day or two this week, looks like the monsoon pattern is going to favor a wetter pattern as we continue to work our way into the month of July. Maybe some improvement in the drought conditions for our friends out west. All right, look at some of our travelers' weather. Hope you had a good weekend. Again, we missed out on most of the rainfall. We had a line of showers that pushed through Ohio. Most of the precip was north of us. You did get some rain in the Columbus area. That's a frontal system, a cool front that's pushing through this evening. As we speak, some rainfall from south central New York through western portions of Pennsylvania. Looks like most of the rain has now cleared the Pittsburgh area. Showers on down toward Parkersburg, West Virginia. A few spotty showers still between Cincinnati and Columbus. Maybe some rain there closer to Columbus along Interstate 71. But the bulk of the rain that pushed through southern Indiana, from Bloomington, has now passed through the Louisville area. But you are going to be seeing the rains just as we speak, moving in to the Lexington area. All this activity pushing from northwest to southeast. So some pockets of fairly heavy rain in central portions of Kentucky. Overnight tonight, that's going to slow your travels down along I-75 from right now about Lexington to Crittenton, Kentucky, and some heavier rain going to be pushing through. Meanwhile, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. My restream just reset, so I was going to say hi to all our friends who are checking in via YouTube and Facebook, but we lost all the messages. I know Philly Dan was on board. I saw a message from Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, who had checked in a few minutes ago. Get to some of our industry headlines. Of course, the big story, the big breaking news Friday. I was kind of surprised. We were mentioning there Friday morning. I was under the impression, for whatever reason, Supreme Court decisions pretty much came down in tranches, like Tuesday and Thursday, which they did last week. You had the big gun control measure on Thursday, but boom, they surprised the world with the overturning of Roe versus Wade on Friday morning. And if you've tuned into the news over the weekend, it's been nothing, non-stop discussion of Roe versus Wade. What happens? Well, it goes back to the states now. And as we know, it's going to be different. Some states will have outright bans on abortion. There's a number of states which will continue to allow abortion as it has been for years. If states like California, nothing's going to change in some of these states. Nonetheless, we did see protests erupting that have continued through the weekend, violence breaking out outside the Supreme Court, word from the Homeland Security Department to be prepared, kind of giving a heads up to law enforcement around the country. They anticipate the lefty left will be participating in violent outbreaks for the coming weeks. We'll give you the official statement from the Department of Homeland Security coming up here momentarily. Meanwhile, though, around the country, our number 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Feel free to dial us up. Lines opened up as we get the new week started. I was able to flip over to the actual Facebook page. Let's see a few of the comments here. Let's see. Terry checks in with 72 degrees. Humid night in eastern Ontario. Headed to Ottawa for a morning delivery. All right, Terry in Canada there. There's heat wave. Looks like he's going to be heading to bed for the night. In Lathrop, California, bedding down for the night. We'll be heading back to Albuquerque tomorrow morning. He did give us an update on our friend Rick Friend, that's his name, from Columbus, Ohio. Rick had his surgery this past Friday. According to Heatwave, Rick's kind of hurting, but doing well after his surgery there on Friday. Okay, hopefully everything went well there, Rick. Feel better soon, all right? Hello to Dean. Let's see. I saw an article on CDL Life. about this ELD that's being taken off the FMCSA's list of approved devices. And this, yes, that's one of our top industry headlines there, Buckeye Boy. Effective June 24th, the FMCSA says the Arion T ELD has been removed from their list of approved devices and added to the list of revoked devices due to the company's failure to meet the minimum requirements. And if you have one of those ELDs, you need to be aware you're going to have to change, like ASAP sort of thing. Again, we'll give you more on that coming up in our industry headlines. Hello to 007, checking in from Stratford, Missouri at the Love's Truck Stop there tonight. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388. That's all the comments I'm seeing there. It's supposed to be a whole lot more than that, but for what it's worth, here's the word from the Department of Homeland Security over the weekend in light of the Roe versus Wade story. A warning: they expect violent extremist activity to carry on for weeks in reaction to the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe versus Wade. Friday night, the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis releasing a memo stating federal and state officials, including judges, are the most likely to be targeted by domestic violent extremists. But extremists may also target pregnancy resource centers or churches, for that matter. We expect the violence could occur for weeks following this release. Now, particularly as DVEs may be mobilized to respond to changes in state laws and ballot measures on abortion stemming from the division, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis said, we've reached this conclusion after noticing an uptick in violent behavior following the leak of the court's draft decision back in May. We got kind of a prelude of what to anticipate when the announcement came down on Friday. Now, federal and state government officials, judges, and facilities probably are most at risk. You know, back in late May, a network of loosely affiliated, suspected violent extremists this group known as Jane's Revenge, which has also been linked to arson attacks against the buildings of ideological opponents, actually shared a post online encouraging what they called a night of rage following the Supreme Court's announcement. They actually said, quote, "We need the state to feel our full wrath, and we need them to be afraid of us." Now, the memo also noted one suspect is now awaiting trial after admitting that plot to assassinate Justice Kavanaugh earlier this month. The memo also noted Jane's Revenge has claimed responsibility for a second vandalism incident on a building that houses U.S. House of Representatives campaign office, as well as a pro-life advocacy group. All right, faith-based organizations across the U.S. continue to report numerous criminal incidents against religious institutions connected to abortion rights. The memo states we're aware of at least 11 incidents of vandalism, threatening, violence, targeting religious facilities perceived as being opposed to abortion, and one threat to bomb and burn a church in New York City. These are just things that they're aware of. The memo said the Homeland Security Department is aware of other violent incidents targeting both abortion clinics and family advocacy healthcare facilities. I mean, since this leaked memo decision last month, at least 3 arson attacks targeting pregnancy resource centers in Oregon and New York, and a family advocacy group's headquarters in the state of Wisconsin have been claimed by Jane's Revenge. So Ultimately, Homeland Security says in May and June, suspected DVEs opposed to abortion rights conducted arson attacks. Healthcare facilities in Wyoming. And finally, the memo says that protest events may attract a range of different extremists to commit violence against their ideological opponents. So there you go, right? You know, as this ongoing so-called January 6th commission continues to investigate and even arrest. There were new arrests that occurred over the weekend involving January the 6th, not involving violence from abortion advocates. It's like the double standard is off the rails. But all right, we'll get more on that coming up as well. All right, so we get to the industry headlines, and yes, we've got the full story here, the ELD device somewhere in the mix. I've got it here yet that was put on their discontinue list. Arion Tech ELD. A news release on Friday. This is Arion T, as in Tom, ELD, model number AT5000. It is now on the revoked devices list. If you have been using, if you're a carrier or a driver who has been using this particular ELD, you now have 60 days from that announcement on June the 24th to replace the revoked device with a compliant ELD device. Okay, again, more on that coming up here. And we'll get our news break here as we get a brand new week underway, a Monday. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden and other world leaders are in Germany for the G7 summit. The president saying the G7 countries are going to refrain from importing gold from Russia. Biden saying the decision will put a dent in Russia's exportation of gold, which amounts to billions of dollars every year. An official G7 statement on the matter is expected sometime Tuesday. 2 people are under arrest for property destruction at the Supreme Court, where protests have turned violent in the wake of the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. U.S. Capitol Police saying the pair allegedly threw paint over the fence that separates protesters from the others at the building. Gas prices continuing to fall. The latest AAA station survey saying the current average is $4.90 a gallon. That's down 8 cents from a week ago. USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I was able to pull up the YouTube page. I can find some of our comments. Friends checking in. Here's Philly Dan. Gotcha. Philly Dan, wow, what a great weekend weather-wise. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler there. High-pressure pumping's on board. Hillbilly Tex, hey there. Exit 81 off the Big 75, ringing the cowbell, tipping a hat on a Monday. Good morning from Central Florida. Richard, 74 degrees. Hello to all the listeners out there. There's Gerald Ray. Howdy, Steve. And all the cartoon characters out there. 68 degrees outside Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Everybody stay safe. And Lord, keep your hands on the wheel. All right. Jonathan checking in. Morning from Arizona. Rolling along I-40 at this hour. Bradley checks in. He says, what a victory for Christ. He conquered death again. Thanks be to God. All right. God works in mysterious ways. And he just put the devil in his place. Thanks for the wonderful decision from our Supreme Court. We know you're still in control. All right. Thank you very much. Deborah is on board. Hello, Deborah. Morning, Steve. 71 degrees here in Indiana tonight. Hoping everybody had a great weekend. Got lots of work done. Stay safe out there, all those drivers, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Yeah, James, you're correct. James says the left is going completely bonkers after Friday's ruling. Dion, a.k.a. the Ice Cream Man, checking in from Maine tonight. Got to make this delivery, then head to the West Coast. One of these days, I'll get back home to the state of Ohio. There's Norm checking in from north central Kansas tonight. A cool night. We never got above 74 degrees this past day. But I'm heading out to Nebraska to pick up a 31 Buick. Okay? Safe travels there. Good to have you on board. Hey, anybody else? Buckeye Boy checking in from St. Louis, Missouri. 72 degrees. Talked to a Pilot Flying J tanker driver today in Nebraska. And I was asking if they worked anything out as far as shipping the diesel exhaust fluid. And he said he hadn't really heard anything about it. Said it was a different division. I figured he would have seen or heard something, but apparently knew nothing about it. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I'm sacking out. I'll catch the podcast later on Monday. Hello to Frank. Morning. Steve in Cincinnati. Dropped and switched out my trailers on my way back to Byron Center, Michigan. Everybody have a great evening. Government said men can have babies. So for that said, I'll keep my baby and become a millionaire, right? Timothy's on board. Good to have you with us. We watched a streamer Friday in Louisiana. All right, Lauren Weiss, there you go. Replying to Dean there. Yeah, we need good drivers in livestock transportation, and you don't actually have to run an ELD. We're not even subject to the hours of service. Come on over, sign up, and be an American bull hauler. There you go. As far as the ELD, let me flip the page back over here, and we'll get to your calls. As I mentioned, you have 60 days if you've been using this particular Arian T, model number AT5000. According to the FMCSA, this device fails to meet the minimum standards established by the rules for the ELD. Carriers and drivers who have been using this ELD must take the following action. Discontinue using the revoked Arian Tech device and revert to paper logs or logging software to record your required hours of service data. Now, replace the revoked device with a compliant ELD from the registered devices list before August 24th. Motor carriers and drivers who continue to use the revoked device on or after August 24 will be in violation of 49 CFR 395.8, which would be no record of duty status. In other words, you'll be in trouble. You will be placed out of service in accordance with the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance criteria. They said that if Arian Tech corrects all of the identified deficiencies, it will place the device back on the list of registered devices and inform the industry. All right, so this is just like everybody's kind of in limbo. Maybe we'll get some sort of an official statement from Arian. Are they going to try to make their devices compliant, or are they just going to throw in the towel and say, screw it? Carriers and truck drivers are responsible for making sure you remain compliant with the regulations, even if your ELD malfunctions. In the event of a malfunction, of course, you have an 8-day window to repair or replace the non-working unit. During that time, of course, you have to revert to paper record of duty status. Now, within the first 5 days, an extension can be filed if more time may be needed to replace the ELD. You'd have to go to the ELD extension at dot.gov website to do that. Yeah, but that's the breakdown. So you have 60 days, but during that time period, as of now, you need to be back to paper logs if you had been using that particular device. All right, out of the box, always moving. I hope you had a great weekend. Welcome to a Monday.
Thank you. I did have a great weekend. I was working at the hospital all weekend, and the fence guy came out and took a look at my fence. We think we figured out what happened. It was not critter-made. It was man-made, and I think when the man bush hogged around, I think that's where he's caught it and pulled it back and broke the post off and stuff like that. So I was very fortunate the horses didn't get out, get on the road, get hit, and me get sued. So I appreciated that they were respectful enough to say, I don't think we should go there. And so, yeah, they're going to fix it here in the next day or so. So I'm happy about that. And how was your weekend?
I had a good weekend. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Did you do any cooking out or grilling or anything, or go to the sports events for the little one?
No, we actually, I can't remember. What did we do Friday night? Did we do anything Friday night? Saturday, I got together with some old friends. There, 8 of us all got together, just kind of reminiscing about times we've spent over the years. And we try to get together every so often, but it used to be we'd get together like once a month. And when the whole COVID thing broke out, we were all trying to remember, hell, it's probably been more than 2 years since we've all had a chance to get together. So it was good to see old friends. Everybody brought an appetizer, so we had plenty of eats and good times.
Were you all on like giant animal floaties out in the pool while you were sitting there talking?
No. That we actually went to one of our friends had moved. Used to have a pool, but they don't have a pool now. They moved. They live on a golf course, so we got to sit out there before the sun had set and watch the golfers go by.
Oh, so you got rid of your pool?
No, we weren't at our home. At our home, we went to a friend's house.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that would be nice to sit there and watch that. As long as the golf balls don't go flying by your head, that's pretty cool. I know that years ago you had said that you didn't really want to go controversial, talk about Roe v. Wade, but if you want to talk about it tonight, I'll talk.
Well, I mean, undoubtedly that has been the talk across the country this weekend. I'm sure it's been the buzz at your facility, right?
Nah.
No, not really?
No, that hasn't. No. And I had brought this up a couple years ago, and the caller after me really raked me over the coals that, how could because I was referencing it in terms to some of the patients that I have seen that are born with such, I don't want to say, dire living constraints. And, the parents have just labored over them, and there's just such a poor quality of life there for that patient that, I could see, how not everything needs to come to fruition. Not everything needs to be born and raised. And so I have a different opinion of it, but I'm going to come at this from a lot of different angles because I do see it as a multifaceted thing. I don't have an answer for any of it, and I don't really have I'm not going to say I'm pro or against. I get it on both sides, but I will say from my experience as being a female and what I have seen at work and what I have seen in my lifetime, the first myth that has to be debunked is that anyone who is female has the natural ability to want to be a great mother. And that's the best thing in the world to them. That's all they care about. And that's a bunch of baloney. It's not like that. It's not like that in the animal world. There are some cats that are great moms, and then there are others that couldn't care less about their kittens. And so I get so upset when I hear the media or whoever talk about, people don't just run out and get abortions. This is traumatic to everybody. That's baloney. That's total baloney. And another aspect of it is, I don't know why everybody is so upset about the Roe v. Wade thing, because, number one, you are in control of your own body. You have the right to say, nah, I'm not going to do that without protection. Or, no, I'm not going to do that, period, because, you know what, I might get pregnant. So each woman is in charge of her body other than a case of incest or rape. And so if you are in control of your body, I'm all about Planned Parenthood, because they will provide you with all sorts of female contraceptives that you can go to, and you can get them for free. You can get them based on your income. It's a wonderful facility, and they are very good at educating you, helping you. I mean, Planned Parenthood is a very, very positive facility, agency to have available to people of all ages, all walks of life, all income levels. It is very, very good for that. But the other thing is, you are in charge of your body. So, if you have the right to say, I'm not going to get pregnant, I'm going to be smart about this, I'm going to go get those free contraceptives. And I am, for one, going to be really choosy about who I have sex with. And I'm going to make sure that I don't get stuck with, or wind up getting pregnant. And I'm going to make sure, if I do have a baby, that it's going to be with someone who's going to be a responsible person, not somebody who's going to blow me off and leave me there, holding the bag. So you are in charge of it. When I hear the pro-choice people arguing that it's her body, it's her choice, well, but when she made the choice to have sex and get pregnant, then she has a responsibility to the life that was formed. And with that, if you're going to tell me that they have the right as a female, because they gave birth, because they're carrying the child in their body, that they have the right to kill it while it's they can do that, then why are women ever charged with murdering their own children after they're born? That makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's still their child. They're still raising it. They're still caring for it, or supposedly caring for it. So if she can kill it when it's in her body, why can't she kill it when it's out of her body? That makes no sense to me. I don't understand where you differentiate between the two. I read an article this evening about how all these this is terrible for black women. This is just terrible for black women. And it went on to say that in abortion agencies where abortions take place, over 50% of the women who have them are black. And the woman who was saying this is our problem now. Now this is really going to affect us. And she slightly touched on the fact of, we're going to have to really get out there and educate and talk about how to, birth control methods. And I thought, well, what have you been doing for the last 50 years?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what have you been doing for the lifetime? Why have you not been doing that? And again, that's what I'm saying. It's, if you don't educate, if you don't go back and say, hey, you are responsible for your own body at an early age, and these are choices that you made, then why do you get upset when it happens and that's okay to kill that baby? I just don't get it. I managed to make it through all of my, how do I want to call it, reproductive years without having an accidental pregnancy. Now, a lot of people I know didn't. I mean, there's a bunch of people I know who didn't. But I have friends that have had children, and then they get pregnant a second or a third time, and they'll go, well, this one wasn't planned. And I always look at them and raise my eyebrows and go, now, you know where that came from. So don't tell me you didn't know what you were doing. I mean, that's the honest to God's truth. Don't tell me, quote, accidents happen when the only thing that I can kind of relate to is some antibiotics that you're on will counteract the contraceptive. But again, that is if you read your informational sheets, it will tell you that. So again, you're in charge of your body. You need to be watching all that. So this whole idea of painting it with a broad brush, that all these women are wonderful, they all are going to be great mothers, that's baloney. And there are some people who don't deserve to have any children at all. They need to be spayed. I mean, they just need to be spayed, period. So if you can't take away their right to have children, then why is it okay for them to get pregnant and kill children? But we're not allowed to take away the right and say, okay, you are not being good. You need to be spayed. You're just not good. Same thing with men. You are not taking care of any of these children that you have fathered. You have done absolutely nothing. Well, that's his body, and we don't have the right to neuter him. And that's his body. But yet the rest of us are all supposed to pay for all of these children that they're having. I mean, like I said, I am all over the board on this. I can see it from all the different angles about it. And I don't have I'm not saying that in some instances I wouldn't say, whatever, but I also don't understand why people are upset with this ruling, because they didn't say, no, period, there can be no abortions in the United States of America. They said, now that's not in the Constitution.
That's it right there. There's no Constitution. The Constitution says nothing about abortion. So that's what they said.
Right.
Yep. And 50 years ago, they screwed up when they made their determination that it was constitutional. That was the screw up 50 years ago.
Right. And so sending it back to the states, well, you can still get it. Like you said, California, there's a lot of places you can get it.
Yep.
Well, I don't have the ability to travel there. I don't have this or that. Well, you know what? Then I guess you need to get out and start campaigning in your state. But violence is not the same as campaigning or talking to legislators or trying to get it done. They all talk about we can't have bullies in school because you can't do that. That's not right. And that poor child is going to wind up, that poor little child was bullied in school. Well, what do you think you're doing when you are firebombing places and stuff? You're acting like a bully. And, when I think of, there was a commercial that came on before this session, and it was all about that there are some countries that don't have any water. They don't have clean water. They can't go to school. They can't go to work because they have to go and think about how they're going to haul water all day long. And imagine what it's like here. So for just pennies a day, for $15, you can make sure that a child has water for the rest of their life. Well, over here in the United States, they're worried about what frickin' pronoun to call you. They're worried about, stupid stuff, literally stupid stuff. That statue, it upsets me, and I want that statue torn down. We are so pampered in this country. We are so, I don't know, pansy. I mean, just so weak about what we care about instead of caring about something really, really true that's worthwhile. And I look at those countries without the water, and I think, why aren't you providing water to your citizens? What is wrong with that government, that they don't even provide water to their citizens? But anyway, back to the Roe v. Wade thing. So I don't think violence is the answer at all. I think if you are living in a state, if you really feel that you have to do something, then I suggest that you stand out there on the street corner, get your pamphlets, put up speaking engagements, go talk to people, see what you can do to convince it, to convince your neighbors and your friends and the local citizens to change it within your state, and do it in a we agree to disagree manner, but with respect and dignity, and then see what you get. And you have a vote at the ballot. I'm not upset. I'm not happy with, quote, the so-called official results of the election of 2020. But I didn't go out and protest. I didn't go out and firebomb anybody over it. Not doing any of that. And, I had my depression over it and stuff. But I'm just saying there are ways to make changes without having to go that. Now, at 63 and a half, this law does nothing for me. It does absolutely nothing. Couldn't care less about it. I mean, it ain't going to affect me one way or the other. But the other law didn't affect me either because I was in charge of my body, and I made darn sure who I was with and what happened to me and how things were done. You know, I mean, you've got to stand up for yourself. And if you can't do that, maybe you shouldn't be out there participating in physical activities like that, because everybody needs to be responsible for their own body, whether it's female or whether it's male. And, you know, hey, if a male's going to look at you and say, well, I can't stand wearing a raincoat. Well, you know what?
Yep.
Sorry, dude. See ya.
Sorry about your
luck.
luck.
I mean, that's just, yeah.
Yep.
So that's where I'm at. I don't understand what the fuss is, and I'm more about education. You know, make sure that sex education is in the schools. Make sure that you keep the Planned Parenthood agencies open for the contraceptives, for education, for treating sexually transmitted diseases. There's a lot of good things that are there at Planned Parenthood, a lot of good things. That's not a bad agency. And there are ways to get around getting pregnant. And you also have the day after pill. I mean, there's just a lot of things that can be done besides an abortion to take care of this and to do it. But the number one starts with you and what you do with your body, male and female. So that's my little speech tonight. I hope that you enjoyed it. One opinion from an old gray-haired lady.
Well, you always talk a whole lot of common sense, always moving. That's everything you just went through was really, it's just common sense.
Well, it is. You know, if I am so stupid that I don't know. I mean, if a man ever slapped me, dude, he is out of my life. I mean, there is no second chances. There's no apology. You know, if you have to take care of yourself. When my husband passed away, you cry, you grieve. And the hardest part of all of that is the world keeps moving. The sun keeps rising. Everything keeps happening and going forward. And you can either lay there in a ditch and cry, or you can pick yourself up, let the tears flow, and you march forward, and you keep trying to figure things out on your own. And, you know, the other day, when the fence was broken and it was hot and all that, it was one of those moments that hit me like a ton of bricks, how much I hate that my husband passed away 19 years ago. I mean, there's just times where you just go, gee, you know, it's a reminder of how alone you are when there isn't that other person to share. There's no one to call. There's no one to talk to about it. You know, there's no one to help you fix it. There's no one that you can say, hey, I got to go to work. Can you take care of this? You know, but so I learned to take care of things myself. But that was a real slap in the face. Again, you're by yourself kind of thing. And that's, I think, why it hit me that much harder. Hey, I've gotten over it. I got the fence guy out there. We're going to get it fixed. You know, boom, boom, boom. I thought to get the retirement money, you know, but I have to take care of it myself. I'm not expecting anybody else to do it for me. I just had to sit down, calm down, get the tears over with, and then think outside of the box and figure out how I'm going to get this done. So you have to take care of yourself. That's the bottom line to it. Whether you're male or female, take care of yourself. So, and I don't know. I'm a very independent person, and I don't know. It's just the way my brain works. So it's hard for me to understand how other people don't think to take care of themselves. I feed myself. I drive myself. You know, I work to keep a roof over my head, and I work 2 jobs to keep a roof over my head. You know, and I do what I I don't take taxpayer money and just go spend it willy-nilly. I can't afford to do that. And so you just have to take care of yourself. So the whole Roe v. Wade thing, I think, is stupid to get upset about it. It starts at home, and it starts when you're little, and it starts with good education and those parents teaching their children that you have a self-worth and you need to be responsible for what you do, and your actions have consequences. So there you go. That's it. I'll let you go.
Thank you very much. Happy Monday. Yeah. So after a rather stressful Thursday of last week, which she kind of laid out for us Friday morning, a better Friday and, good weekend. And here we are. It's another day. And as we just mentioned, it goes back to the states. Some states will likely enact legislation to maybe totally ban or severely restrict abortions immediately or in relatively short order. On the other side of the coin, other states may actually challenge the basis of the Supreme Court's formal judgment through other esteemed cases out there. And so right now, Newsmax did a breakdown, state by state alphabetically. In some states, a full ban will be forthcoming. In other states, nothing's going to change. Alaska's a good example right there, number 2 on the list. It's not going to have an immediate effect on abortion rights in Alaska due to prior precedent. The Alaska Supreme Court has already interpreted the right to privacy in the state constitution as encompassing abortion rights. So nothing changed. Abortion's legal throughout the various stages of a woman's pregnancy. Again, in Alaska. Maybe we'll pick a few states and break it down. It's going to vary from one state line to the next. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden and other world leaders are in Germany for the G7 summit. The president saying the G7 countries are going to refrain from importing gold from Russia. Biden saying the decision will put a dent in Russia's exportation of gold, which amounts to billions of dollars every year. An official G7 statement on the matter is expected sometime Tuesday. 2 people are under arrest for property destruction at the Supreme Court, where protests have turned violent in the wake of the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. U.S. Capitol Police saying the pair allegedly threw paint over the fence that separates protesters from the others at the building. Gas prices continuing to fall. The latest AAA station survey saying the current average is $4.90 a gallon. That's down 8 cents from a week ago. USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Federal prosecutors are pushing for at least a 30-year sentence for convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. In a filing ahead of Tuesday's sentencing in New York, prosecutors say the late Jeffrey Epstein's right-hand woman should get 30 to 55 years behind bars. That would amount to life in prison for Maxwell, who's 60. Russian missiles are hitting the capital of Ukraine as world leaders meet in Germany for the G7 summit. A Reuters report says 4 bombs were heard in central Kyiv early Sunday, and 2 more blasts were heard later in the southern outskirts. Local officials saying the missiles hit an apartment building and a kindergarten and that 5 people were wounded. It's the first major Russian attack in Kyiv this month. At the summit, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said the West needs to maintain a united front against Russian President Vladimir Putin. The attack happening after the United States sent more tax dollars to help Ukraine. USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
A new Harris poll commissioned by the National Alliance for Public Charter Schools found that 82% of parents would vote for a candidate who did not belong to their preferred party if the candidate aligned with them on education issues. 83% of respondents also said education matters more to them than in the past, and 84% said they supported public charter schools. He trespassed off the property but wound up going to jail anyway.
A Florida man who was already banned from a Walmart in Palm Bay from trying to steal a pack of smokes earlier this month was arrested Thursday on weapons charges. 35-year-old Justin Horn was identified on a surveillance video. He's accused of leaving his bag near some shopping carts. The bag had 2 guns inside, one of which was a sawed-off shotgun. Horn was booked at the Brevard County Jail. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
Former President Donald Trump is continuing to hold rallies across the country. The president in Mendon, Illinois, endorsing gubernatorial candidate Darren Bailey.
Darren is a fearless supporter of the Second Amendment and a tireless champion of religious liberty. He will crack down on the violent crime that is devouring our Democrat-run cities and restore the state of Illinois to greatness. Darren has my complete and total endorsement.
Trump adding Bailey is the man to defeat current governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Time zone to time zone. Work our way into the 27th day of June. Hope you had a good weekend. Taking a look out west after cooler than normal weather held in place in the Pacific Northwest through much of the spring. The first true taste of summer arrived over the weekend, Friday and Saturday. High temperatures running maybe 15 degrees above average over the past couple of days. And it looks like the heat continues into early this week. But relief will quickly follow. Yeah, the heat started as predicted Saturday. Temperatures met those expectations. Portland reached 93 degrees Saturday, well above their average of 76. Seattle just shy of the 90-degree mark, but still posted an abnormally warm day as they hit 87 degrees. Right, Portland among the hottest spots yesterday with a high of 99. Yes, just shy of the century mark. Looks like Monday maybe not quite as hot, But 93 will be your forecast high there today. Seattle, you hit 90 for a high this past afternoon. You'll make a run at that. And the warmest weather you've seen in that city so far this year. A bit further south, high temperatures even more extreme. Redding, California hit 100 for 6 straight days. And we'll probably hit it again, at least today. East of the Cascades, heat also scorching much of the interior Northwest. Boise, Idaho, your forecast high for Monday of 101. Could be the first time you've seen triple digits so far this year. Aside from locations within just a few miles of the coast there, the Pacific coast, high heat will be pretty widespread through the day today, again in the Pacific Northwest. Probably most areas going to see the warmest temperatures you've seen so far this year. Now that's going to change by the time Tuesday rolls around. Quick change to cooler weather in the cards. Some places will see high temperatures 20 degrees cooler on Tuesday versus your high temperature today. In Seattle, by Tuesday, you'll struggle to get over 70 degrees. And then mid-60s is the best you'll get by Wednesday there. Portland, you'll be held in the middle to upper 70s both days. And we watch as an area of low pressure builds in from the north Tuesday and Wednesday. The jet stream will quickly kick southward and allow that cooler air to return once again to the Pacific Northwest. Okay, back to the whole Roe versus Wade. Just a couple of examples here. I think that we touched on Arizona, right? Arkansas. Arkansas is one of those states where, in all likelihood, abortions will soon be illegal. The Republican-controlled legislature in that state has supported abortion bans and restrictions for years. As such, Arkansas could be among the first or second wave of states to ban abortion, with the notable exception of the woman's health being at serious risk. California, all right, as we know, abortions are legal in California through every stage of a woman's pregnancy. The California Supreme Court has identified a right to abortion in the state's constitution, and the state law also protects full abortion access. It ain't changing. Colorado, pretty much the same. Full legality. There's no ambiguities with Colorado's view towards abortions. Legal throughout a woman's pregnancy, and the state grants full abortion access to those who want the service. Connecticut, full legality. Delaware, full legality. Same with D.C. Now, Florida, in April, Republicans Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law banning abortion after the initial 15-week period. Friday's ruling probably strengthens that initiative. So in Florida, the 15-week ban will go in effect actually on July 1, this upcoming Friday. Yes, states where things may change a bit right now. Georgia, for instance, it's legal for now. Georgia allows abortions until 20 weeks after fertilization. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals is right now weighing the merits of lifting the injunction on a 6-week ban. This potential ban would reportedly account for 87% of abortions in the state. The Republicans currently control the legislature and the governor's office in that state. Idaho, it could soon be illegal. And again, I'm not going to go through all the states. Some states, Kentucky, for instance, not legal. In anticipation of the Supreme Court ruling, Kentucky lawmakers have already banned abortions in the state, with that lone exception of the woman's health being at serious risk. It goes back to states' rights. That's where it stands. Well, good morning, Grump.
Good morning. It's going back to the states' rights, and it's going to go back to, I guarantee you, within 2 years, every state is going to have some provision of abortion on the legislature it's going to be on the ballots for voting on.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee you. And what's getting me is the fact that these chuckleheads is out here running up and down. Why is it mostly young white men that are running their damn mouths about abortion? And they're tearing up a bunch of crap and everything like that. Most of them are too stupid to even understand what the hell Roe v. Wade was about. It was about privacy. And, the whole thing was just a handful of justices decided to be legislators instead of damn justices and rule. They went on ahead and included that as part of the law. Well, it's no longer, and it was about privacy, and it was about due process. And what always, I've read that ruling several times, over the years, just looking at it, especially when Kevorkian was out, when he was doing assisted suicides. And you're thinking, I was thinking at one time, well, what the hell is wrong with this? I mean, number one, that a woman was granted through the federal government the right to kill something inside her body, but she can't kill herself if she has terminal cancer or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's against the freaking law. And I never understood what the difference was on that form of privacy as far as it relates to your anatomy that was brought on by Roe or by due process. Now you got these idiots that are standing there going, well, if you believe in gun rights, then you believe in you don't have a right to life and all this other stuff. Then you're not pro-life. It's people have ran around right now since this damn ruling. And personally, Steve, I'm tired of hearing about it. I mean, it's going back to the states where it should have been to begin with. It should have never been ruled on by the justices, by the Supreme Court. It's something that each state, whoever in hell, whatever your legislature wants to bring up, as far as the state representatives, if they want to put it on the ballot, if the people wants it on the ballot, then they have no choice but to put it on the damn ballot. We're going to find out exactly what states or what, and how they're going to rule on this. Hell, they're still talking. New York and places like that are saying after term, when the lady actually has the baby, that they can terminate a baby at that point in time.
Outside the
womb.
That
point in time.
That's murder.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's murder. And I don't know where in the hell. I can tell you one thing. I sat there and watched it a little bit on the news. I was looking at it. And all them screaming damn women that are hollering, you take away our women's health, and, we had the right to abortion. We had this, we had that. My God, what the hell is going to happen? I mean, where do they draw the freaking line, number one? I mean, well, number one, I think we're going to have a lot more bags, paper sacks on the market, but, from these two baggers that some of these hags are the ones up there hollering about all this crap, number one. They couldn't, they're not going to get pregnant. They keep throwing this woman's health stuff around there. Well, hell, they go back and forth between women's rights, women's health, and it's racism, if you don't allow it. Make up your freaking mind. Why don't y'all figure out some other card besides the damn women's health card and the race card? It's like they go to, these are just two go-to things that these idiots do because they think, number one, it's going to incite some emotion from people out here that's going to be voting. Well, I don't care what New York does. I could give a damn less. I live in Missouri. It's not legal in Missouri, which it'll probably, like I said, it'll probably be on the ballot. Other states can do whatever in the hell other states wants to do, but they just continue with this stuff. Now, this whole SCOTUS thing, they're right now, they're calling for the execution of justices, and so much more of this stuff. I mean, the hell, they arrested two people today that was tearing up stuff, throwing stuff over the fence, and hitting the, Supreme Court. Where in the hell is this society at right now? I mean, where is it? And you had, I listened to Joe Biden for about 5 minutes, and how that old coot can get by with running his mouth about these justices is just, it's beyond me. They had a ruling. Joe Biden said he was a constitutional professor, which was a load of crap. You know, if he would have took the time to actually read the law, he would have understood that it should have never been put in front of the damn justices to begin with. But yet, it was a hot-button issue in 1973 when it come about. I think it started up in 1971 and was finally viewed in 1973. It was this hot-button issue that these idiots thought that they could just go ahead and say, hey, let's don't get involved, because they had so many damn women that were wanting abortions at that time. You know, and it's like, you know, I hope the hell that the Supreme Court stops ruling on emotion, you know, and they start looking at actual what is constitutional and what is not. You know, if they would just play that card right there, just look at what's constitutional and what's not, we would be a hell of a lot better off. But no, it's always, you know, you got all these damn news people now. I was listening to, you know, just excerpts from some of them, like The View. Why they're commenting on abortion, I have absolutely no idea. There ain't nobody going to get close enough to them nags to do anything with them. You know, I mean, hell, good God, it's just a lot to do about nothing. But you have all these young people that have been stirred up by this masses of idiots, and that's what's creating this hysteria right now about women's health. Oh, it's women's health. You know, I was listening to them there, and they said, well, women's health is not going to be the same after this. Why? Why in the hell is it? You know, when the divide is probably, I would say it's 60-40 against abortion to begin with. You know, so 40% of the people or women are thinking, well, hell, my health is not going to be worth diddly damn now because, you know, this abortion ruling come about. Are they that stupid, that naive, or just so full of crap that that's what they want to believe? I don't know, man. I tell you, it's nuts. I sat there and I listened to that, and then they got on the gun kick. Well, they're ruling against New York, and the gun laws. That's going to create mass murder. Oh my God! I tell you what, Steve. In every damn instance that some shooter was standing there with a damn gun in his hand, it took a good guy with a gun in his hand to drop some dumbass that had a bad guy with a gun in his hand. And I carry a gun with me everywhere. It's me and Jimmy's talked about that earlier. I might get robbed, but I guarantee you that dude is going to earn every freaking penny that he takes off of me. I'm not going to stand there anymore and just allow idiots to walk up and say, well, hey, drop your wallet on the ground. I'm like, I'm 62 damn years old, dude. If I spend the next 10 years in prison, which I probably won't live much past that, I don't give a rat's ass. So here's the deal. You fixing to die. That's all there is to it. We're going to have a damn shootout about it. But people right now, when you look at this country, Steve, and everybody that is so uproar in such a damn, all this chaos, it's all over the liberal cities. It's been like that for years. But you're going to see a turn. I guarantee you, people are getting sick of this crap. There's going to be a day here soon when criminals are going to be rethinking their line of work. When they grab a hold of a car handle and say, damn, am I going to carjack this car? Nope, because that person in that car is fixing to blow your ass off. People are getting fed up with this garbage. And the Democrats just keep, going to run into Ace Hardware, buying more shovels to keep digging that damn hole that they got themselves in. It's like you cannot fix stupid. Well, hell no, not when they got a big D in front of their name. I mean, they just I don't understand it. Used to be the Democrat Party was something to, that they believed in the working man. They believed in lower taxes to a certain extent. But not now. I mean, they are absolutely nuts. And I would love to turn the news on and see old Granny Pelosi jerk that little AOC heifer into a damn broom closet and beat her senseless. I mean, that kid, she come on with this big mouth of hers, and she ain't shut it yet. But yet, she seems to resonate with that 1,700 damn people that put her in office over Joe Crowley when during the election when he lost. She seems to be this hot button ticket to them, because, she's leading in every poll right now. Like, what the hell does this kid say? Nothing. She just stirs up a bunch of crap. She's too stupid to understand what the hell she's saying. And I don't know, man. I tell you, I hope that this country gets back on track. I hope they start looking at people that says, I want to vote for somebody that's for the Constitution and not against it. This whole living, breathing document crap, like the Democrats are saying, and even the justices like Sotomayor, she mentioned that the other day about a living, breathing document. It's not. All right, it's not. It's written in damn stone. There's 83 freaking Federalist Papers, I believe, how many? 82, something like that. That was the body behind the Constitution, and it just blows my damn mind, man. I'm not kidding you how people right now are leaning the way they're leaning on so many of these hot button issues that shouldn't be anything but a flash in the damn pan. Go, okay, it's going back to the states. Whatever, we can vote on it, I guess. No, hell no. It's and to answer Always Moving's question there about what's wrong with people or how it came about. People want to be taken by the freaking hand. They don't understand what's going on with Roe v. Wade. A lot of these women that want the abortions and things like that, they want the reassurance that somebody's up there in the government saying, yeah, it's your body. Go ahead and do what you want with it. If you want to do that, go ahead. If you want an abortion, go ahead. We're good with that. When it has to go back and people has to actually get off their sorry ass and go to the voting booth and then have to study up on the issue, whether or not that's exactly what they want to do or not, and everything that's related to the abortion, you're going to find out that there's a lot of people that it's going to change. A lot of people are going to go, wow, I didn't know that. I guess I just didn't understand it. No, because you thought it was just contraception. That's all the hell you thought it was. Just another means of getting rid of an unwanted pregnancy because you're too damn lazy, too stupid, or too sorry to take advantages of all the free contraception that's come about from this so-called Affordable Care Act over the years. It's just, I don't know, man. And I know why guys are doing it. They're hopping up and down going, wow, hey, we need to get this back. And, yeah, hood rats and dumbasses. Now you're going to have to pay some damn child support, ain't you? So, that's the way it's going to be.
Yep.
So,
all right. Well, Grump, I'm up against the clock, so I got to get to my news break. Right? I don't want to have to pay no damn child support. It is 844-844-3388. What a way to start the week, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden and other world leaders are in Germany for the G7 summit. The president saying the G7 countries are going to refrain from importing gold from Russia. Biden saying the decision will put a dent in Russia's exportation of gold, which amounts to billions of dollars every year. An official G7 statement on the matter is expected sometime Tuesday. 2 people are under arrest for property destruction at the Supreme Court, where protests have turned violent in the wake of the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. U.S. Capitol Police saying the pair allegedly threw paint over the fence that separates protesters from the others at the building. Gas prices continuing to fall. The latest AAA station survey saying the current average is $4.90 a gallon. That's down 8 cents from a week ago. USA Radio News.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Patriot Software has saved our business by allowing me to focus on other aspects of the business rather than spending so much time on multiple platforms to do the things entailed on running a business. I found Patriot by complete accident, and I don't regret it. It is continuing to save our company, and I'm extremely excited to see what else it entails.
Easy to learn, easy to use, small business software tailored just for you.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, under the industry headlines. A truck driver arrested in Michigan last week for carrying a concealed weapon. Actually, this past Friday, according to WILX. A further investigation after a traffic stop on I-96 in Eaton County for a semi-truck speeding resulted in a gun being seized, according to state police. The truck driver, a 27-year-old from Missouri, and was arrested when the firearm was discovered. No further information. It says anyone 19 years or older can legally open carry and concealed carry without a permit in the state of Missouri. Michigan law, though, requires a person may not conceal a firearm without a license from their state of residency. It's the whole reciprocity issues that can get you. There's nothing federally illegal about a truck driver carrying a firearm. You have to know when you're crossing state lines, though, the reciprocity rules. And that's where this particular issue came into play. Hey, this year marked the first ever Kenworth truck parade featuring dozens of new, classic, and customized Kenworth trucks in downtown Chillicothe, Ohio, hosted by members of the Kenworth Chillicothe plant, raising money for the United Way of Ross County there. Parade featured more than 50 trucks, some models dating back as far as 1967, driven by truckers from 28 states and a few from Canada. Our very first Kenworth Truck Parade here in Chillicothe was a lot of fun. Thanks to all the drivers, many of whom spent vacation time to travel, to participate, and show off their rigs. It was a great event, according to the Kenworth Chillicothe assistant plant manager there. Through the parade, we were able to generate a nice donation to United Way of Ross County, which will help support community programs in the local area. Already looking forward to next year's parade in celebration of Kenworth's 100th anniversary, 100 years for Kenworth next year. So how about that? Back to the calls on a Monday. Dan, I believe it is. Morning, Dan.
Thanks, Steve. I'll tell you, Steve, it woke me up, that first caller you had, always moving. And I quite frankly, that's the most evil call I've heard from ever.
Really?
I mean, thank goodness she doesn't work at St. Jude's Hospital. What would she do? Tell some little child who's lost all their hair life's not worth living for because I don't determine your quality of life? Are you kidding me? She's not the author of life. To go around telling somebody that their quality of life, and she's talking a child. I guess, what is she talking about? Children with Down syndrome? Well, if you know so much, lady, do you realize that Down syndrome are prevented from being aborted because of Down syndrome? Even the liberals agree with that. So what other class of people do you want to eliminate? Well, I'll tell you what. I have a feeling that this woman has read who the founder of Planned Parenthood is, and that's one Margaret Sanger. The racists that Planned Parenthood, the evil as they are trying to get rid of. Because she talked to the Klan. And she was cooperating with the Nazis. She was the author of the eugenics program. She's the founder of Planned Parenthood. And only until the last couple of years, Hillary Clinton got this Margaret Sanger Award. Steve, I can't. They listen to that. You're right. My body doesn't belong to me. It belongs to Almighty God. So that's a religious conviction of mine. But to sit there and say, and I'm going to listen to the podcast of this, as I often do when I miss them. I listen to 4 out of 5 of your shows. But if I think she said, and I'm going to try to listen to it closer, that you can't kill them on the inside, but you can do it on the outside. What are you talking about, lady? A 9-month abortion, they stick a needle, as Mark Levin said, and suck the brains out of a child, and then deliver them feet first.
Yeah, I think you need to go back, because I think you misinterpreted what she was saying. She was explaining that a mother is charged with murder if they kill the child, say a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old. why are they not charged with murder if they're killing the child when it's still in the womb? That's what I heard her say.
Well, and that's why I gave up the disclaimer that I'm going to have to listen to it. I hope she didn't say what I thought she did, and that's why I said I'll have to listen to the podcast.
And everything I heard her say was, pretty much common sense. I mean, because the idea that there are states right now where the child can actually be out of the womb and the mother can make the determination she wants an abortion. And she said, that's absolutely ludicrous to not say that's murder.
Well, then, I don't want to attribute that. What I heard her say about the quality of life and not everything should be born, that's what she said. That is not her decision. I happen to have been around, I lost a brother to cancer as a child, but before there was a St. Jude. And that's another thing to make me mad, I guess, just thinking of that, what my parents went through. I happen to be like Grump from Missouri, and I'm very proud of the fact we were the first state to outlaw abortion Friday. 15 minutes after the decision came down, Attorney General Eric Schmidt signed the law and then sent it over to Governor Parsons, who quickly signed it. So abortion is illegal it's not permitted in the state of Missouri. But I listened to her, and then when she went on, not once, but multiple times about Planned Parenthood being a good organization. Are you kidding me, lady?
The idea that she was saying it's a good organization if you want to get counseling, if you want to get contraceptive advice, and you can get free contraceptions and free pregnancy tests. My wife and I actually went to Planned Parenthood when we got, my wife got pregnant for the first time. We didn't go there seeking an abortion. We went there to get a pregnancy test and get some advice about, parenthood and whatnot. Now that I don't think she doesn't endorse abortion, but.
Well, this lady does? The called in, you mean?
No.
I'm sure your wife does.
No.
Well, that's not what she said. That's not what she said. What she said was that she said, and we'll verify this because I will listen to that podcast. But what she said was, not everything needs to be born. And not all women have maternal instincts. Well, a child has a right to live. And she talked about the quality of life. And that's exactly that. If you do it well, that's exactly what Margaret Sanger talked about. People who's the founder of Planned Parenthood, and I'm just going to refer to her as that. Mm-hmm. She's evil. She could look out of hell. She'll tell you where her thoughts got her. I honestly, Steve, I was shocked. I've always thought this person, but anyway, I was shocked to hear someone say that. And I honestly have not ever heard a call as evil as that. To say that, and I think of St. Jude's Hospital in particular, because they go to Mass, those who are Catholic, they're not forced to, by the way, but they go to Mass to the church that I go to. I work out of Memphis, so when I'm in Memphis, I go to St. Paul's, and those kids will come. You can tell them the little angels got their hats on. You know what I'm saying? And they're children who are clearly fighting for life. And the healthcare work, the doctors and nurses there, and everyone concerned with it are fighting to keep a child alive. And she talked about the quality of life. The quality of life. And if she's as well-read as I don't know if she's well-read, but right now there is, I believe, and you can check it out, a mother with Down syndrome, that cannot be the sole reason for aborting a child. And I believe, didn't Obamacare make birth control pills? Didn't they make that available? Isn't that free?
I believe it's free, and I don't up to. You don't even have to get parental consent.
Free.
You can get birth control pills free and without parental consent. I believe it is.
Oh well, of course that. Yeah, but she's talking about it's a good. She said that more than once. And that is not a good organization. That is not. That's an evil org. Now, you and your wife didn't know it because they described themselves, as we're involved with family planning. And that came about right after the U.S. government getting involved in family planning. That term came about after Roe v. Wade was handed down, again, by 7 people that I hope are in hell for eternity, as where it should have been. But to sit there and what is the determination she's made? That there's birth abnormalities? Does she not know? That woman is a nurse, isn't she? Does she not know that they do in vitro surgery on children now? It's done at a very early, part of their mother's pregnancy. I'm sorry, but and I'll calm down, but my God, to sit there and make a statement, and she talked about the quality of life. And as I appreciate you listening, and again,
Well, maybe I need to go back and revisit as well. I try to sit here and I'm grasping most of what people say, and sometimes I'm doing other things.
Well,
but
what I'm going to do, is I will listen to the podcast. When will that be back up? Because I normally get it later in the day.
Well,
when will that be back up?
The YouTube, the Facebook, those feeds they're instantly there when we wrap it up at 5 a.m. As far as the podcast, like from iHeart,
Okay.
that takes a few hours for the others.
Well, what I'll do is I want to take what she said and her terms, and I can Google that because I've done quite a bit of research on Margaret Sanger. And anybody can do research on anyone, but I want to see how many of those talking points came from her and her book. Are you familiar with who she is, Margaret Sanger? Steve?
I know the name. I don't honestly know a thing about the woman, no.
Yeah, oh no, she talked to the Klan. She was a racist, and that's why Planned Parenthood, Hillary Clinton got an award, the Margaret Sanger Award. There were others that got the award too. Whoever advances the cause of child murder, and that's what it is. It's nothing less than that. If you talk to any single mother who got pregnant and brought that child into the world, well, here's what Always Moving thought you should do. I've had family members who were not married and they had a child. I have one now who had a child out of wedlock. The father's gone, and she could have easily gotten an abortion. One fact, and I'll leave you with this, Steve, that I read, and if I could find it, I meant to send it to you, not because I thought you and I are on the same page on this issue, but 63 million children have been aborted and killed since 1973. 1973. If we didn't have that, our population would be 20% higher, and 45 million of those children would be in the workforce. That should speak legions about labor shortages, about people not paying into Social Security, and this came from a very intelligent senator from Tennessee. It does not speak well about what the quality of life holds for us, because we do not have people. And I often think, I just read that Friday when that decision came down. And again, thanks for listening. And I will look at it again, and I'll take what she said, those words that she said, because it's not just once about Planned Parenthood, two times, definitely, maybe 3 times. This is a good organization. No, it is not. I'm sure that they advise people to get an abortion based upon the quote unquote quality of life. And again, about 3 weeks ago, I saw a family at St. Paul's with a child that was obviously from St. Jude's. The van was parked outside there, and they were attending 10 o'clock mass. And you could tell this little girl, had a baseball cap on and so forth. And it just breaks your heart. And then to have somebody come along and say something like that. I know that woman that always moving was not always the nurse. I mean, maybe she doesn't have maternal. I don't think she would to make a statement like that. But anyway, well, Steve, thanks a lot and for waking me up.
Hey, well, I'll go back and Tom. And when she did say,
I'm going to stay up now.
She did say that Planned Parenthood is. I heard that Planned Parenthood was a good organization. I'm like, well, if you just wanted to go to get your pregnancy test or something like that, but yeah, Planned Parenthood. I mean, they have been responsible for millions of abortions, correct?
That's what they do, Steve. They are the largest provider of abortion, and they get federal money for it. And I'll tell you what, Steve, to show you how, again, I'm surprised Grump wasn't more proud of our state. We have eliminated Planned Parenthood. We have one facility left, and that was in St. Louis, close to where I live. And they're out. They're gone. And there's a doctor, and I'll tell you her name because it was in the thing. Her name is McNicholas. She lives in St. Louis, and she does the partial birth abortion. And she does that, and they fly her to Kansas. She tried to do it in St. Louis, and the state, I said, we're going to charge you with murder, lady. And so she flies, and she put her face out there she gave a newspaper article that's how she makes her living. She kills unborn. She kills children up until her last name is McNicholas.
Wow.
D.O., Doctor of Osteopathy. And she goes out to Wichita, Kansas, and they bring people in to suck the brains out of children. And quite frankly, I'm married. My wife is a nurse, once a nurse, always, but she worked 40 years. A lot of that time was in labor and delivery. And when you stop and think about it, you dismember a child inside the womb, and that's kind of what I thought that woman was talking about. But you might as well do it outside the womb. I mean, it's gruesome, and we are one of only 4 nations that allows partial birth abortion. We're one of this stage of development, gestational life. One of only 4. Of course, China, of course, North Korea, and I don't know I hope maybe it's China or Russia. I don't know. But you can look it up. But I appreciate you not cutting me off and letting me finish, because it is just shocking that someone who is a healthcare provider, and I believe that woman is a nurse, would get on there and make a statement like that. And about the quality of life. Well, lady, I see people, you know what I'm saying? I see people with compromised quality of life all the time. Do you ever go to a VA hospital and see a, quote, total quadriplegic?
Right.
Have you ever seen officers? We've got one in our hometown near Baldwin, Missouri. He was shot. Gary Sinise built him a house. I had the pleasure of seeing the man at the barber shop. Of course, everybody said, take him first. You know what I'm saying? When we were waiting there, and I didn't know who he was. He came in. The man is totally handicapped below his, quite frankly, he's paraplegic. So he doesn't have, according to her, that's not a good quality of life. Are you kidding me? Well, Steve, like I say, God bless these women who did not have a marriage or were pressured to get an abortion, the pressure from the outside, and they went ahead and brought children. I've got a great-grandchild who was born that way. And God love him. You know what I'm saying? He's a blessing to everybody. So, well, good night, Steve. I'll listen to the rest of the show.
And I'll do the same. And, Thank you very much. Good to have you with us, Dan. Hey, we're a couple minutes before news break. Another development over the weekend, which was probably shrouded in the Roe versus Wade discussion, was the gun legislation that was actually signed into law. The president signing the new gun control bill Saturday after it cleared both the Senate and the House earlier last week. This was what they called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This is the one that has the so-called red flag confiscation orders, lengthier background checks for purchasers of guns under the age of 21. All right, so some of the good, some of the bad. I don't know. The red flag laws is the one that's raising a lot of attention. Jim Jordan of Ohio said it is unconstitutional. Yesterday, he criticized the gun reform law, and that's the word he used, unconstitutional. We're weaponizing the government, in his words. $13 billion measure. All right, so tougher background checks for the youngest gun buyers. Most people were, that I'm aware of, are supportive of that, correct? Now, it keeps firearms from more domestic violence offenders. That's kind of a gray area. And I guess it's going to pour money into helping states put red flag laws in place that makes it easier to take weapons from people who are deemed as dangerous. That's the whole controversial part about that is, Pappy said many times, Steve, these red flag laws, if you've got a disgruntled neighbor, you've got a disgruntled ex, someone that just doesn't like you, it can maybe drop a dime anonymously. You don't even get to face your offender. Who said what? What do you mean? Who said that? Now, he said, Jim Jordan said, I hope states don't do this, even though the government's trying to bribe them into doing it. It is unconstitutional to go down this road. All right, we saw it with the IRS targeting conservatives, the FBI spying on Trump and his campaign. We're seeing it today with the Department of Justice going after moms and dads, showing up at school board meetings, speaking up for their kids. Now, Congress has passed a law which says to the states, we're going to bribe you to put in place red flag laws, which in simple terms, he says, if someone doesn't like you, they can go file a petition with the court or with law enforcement, and there's a hearing that you're not allowed to be at. Your lawyer can't be present. You cannot confront your accusers. You're never charged with a crime, but they can take your property, a.k.a. your Second Amendment rights. Then you have to go petition to get it back. That's not how this country works, he says. That's not how the Constitution works. All right, there you go. That's, again, that all unfolded over the weekend, which until I was preparing for the program this evening, I didn't even see that had come to fruition over the weekend. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Global leaders are meeting in Germany for the G7 summit. President Biden announces a new G7 partnership that invests in countries that need support. He says there are already projects underway.
These strategic investments are areas of critical to sustainable development and to our shared global stability, health and health security, digital connectivity, gender equality and equity, climate and energy security.
Pfizer says an updated version of its COVID vaccine offers more protection against the Omicron variant. The company making the announcement with its biotechnology company BioNTech. The companies say data shows a booster shot of the Omicron-adopted variant provides a substantially higher immune response against the BA1 variant. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Juul is continuing to sell their vapes and vape-flavored cartridges, even though the FDA ordered them to stop selling them Thursday because of safety concerns. Pediatric specialist Dr. Frida Fisher says vaping has not been conclusively shown in studies to be safer than traditional cigarettes. She says the best way for teenagers and young adults to quit is to speak to their doctor.
Once they realized that these companies were targeting them, the teenagers and the middle schoolers, a lot of them, they don't like to be fooled, and so they just quit.
Customs and Border Protection is reporting a slight increase in drug seizures along the southern border. Arizona Attorney General and Republican candidate for U.S. Senate Mark Brnovich says that he's concerned about how these drugs are impacting communities.
They're bringing in records amount of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and they're empowering the cartels, and we're going to see more violence in our neighborhoods as a result of these failed Biden policies.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Former assistant football coach Joe Kelly was fired from a Washington high school for refusing to stop praying on the field after games. He took his case all the way to the Supreme Court, and they're expected to rule on it this week. Coach Kennedy sharing what he believes are the implications of the Supreme Court's ruling on this case.
Depending upon how it's written, this could provide broad protection for not just public school employees, but public employees at large. It could affect millions of Americans and their right to be able to share their faith in private settings, or just simply to be able to just pray over their meals at lunchtime without being discriminated.
Germany is declaring a gas crisis after Russia cut off supplies to Europe. This comes as Russia continues to invade Ukraine. Tennessee Republican Senator Bill Hagerty reacts to Germany's decision on Fox News.
It doesn't surprise me at all that Germany is taking this posture. Look, they foolhardily went in and they killed their nuclear energy. They got way over their skis in this green agenda, and they've realized that it doesn't work. They're going back to reopening coal-fired plants right now. And by the way, Maria, Germany never met its obligations under the Paris Climate Accord. America exceeded our obligations, even though we pulled out of it. So I think Germany is acknowledging the harsh reality that these green policies do not work. The technology isn't there.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
racing update here. Thank you, Ryan. Just got that. Haven't pulled up my email in a couple hours. I apologize. NASCAR was back in action Sunday evening at the Nashville Speedway. A day that was dominated by Toyota, with Joe Gibbs Racing leading over 250 laps of a 300-lap race. Martin Truex Jr. wins both Stage 1 and 2. Ultimately, it was Chase Elliott who opted to stay out on a late caution, lead the remaining 6 laps to pick up the win. All right, Kurt Busch was second, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, and Ross Chastain rounding out the top 5. They're at Nashville Speedway. What else did we have? All right, the sprint cars, World of Outlaws. At Huffset Speedway this weekend, the High Bank Nationals. Sheldon Haudenschild, who won the main event Saturday night, taking home $100,000. And then Huffset's announced Saturday that the High Bank Nationals next year will actually pay $250,000 to win. Wow. Pennsylvania Speed Week started over the weekend in Central PA. It was Anthony McCree who wins Friday. Let's see, it's Saturday night. Three of Pennsylvania Speed Week was canceled due to rain this past day. Speed Week has a race scheduled the next 7 nights at various tracks around central Pennsylvania. So racing action on any night of the week this week in PA. And lastly, history has been made at Jacksonville Speedway in Illinois, as Jade Avedisian becomes the first female winner in national midget history. All right, how about that? I guess Wheelchair Dave was up late night there in Nashville. Yes, again, Chase Elliott with the win. Hey, good to have you on board. It is 844-844-3388. I believe Rodeo's on the line this Monday. Hey there.
Hey, Steve, I was over at the mechanics the other day that works on my trucks all the time, and he said that he was in contact with another mechanic that has done some deleting on trucks, and you know how they used to do the vehicle inspection on all the cars and everything?
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess there's, and I don't know this to be a fact. This is just what he told me, and he said that the mechanic that he was talking to is actually going to training about going, and you have to certify every vehicle. They're going to go back to that. And with the vehicle inspection deal that they do, you know, on our annual truck inspection, that any truck that's been deleted, they will not pass it. That's supposed to be steps coming up in the future, because if those trucks have been deleted, that they will actually kick them out until they put the DEF, regen, all that stuff back in order. I don't know if you've heard anything of that, if anybody else has commented on that. Like I said, that's supposed to go, the way I understand it, he said it was supposed to get voted on here before long, but he knows one particular shop mechanic that is going to get certified on making sure that they can get this all put back in order. Like I said, I didn't know if you'd heard of it or not.
Nah, I honestly haven't heard a thing. I know here in, at least where I live, we used to have to go. You had to go annually, get what they call it, the e-check inspections or whatever. They cut that out a number of years ago, and I'm not sure if it was just here, like in our area here. I think there's
no, like in Indiana, you had to go, and I can't remember when I was a kid, and me and you are within like 10 days of being the same age, and I can't remember if it was annual. Every year you had to get that sticker up there in the left-hand corner of the vehicle,
yeah,
or if it was biannual. every 2 years. But like on our trucks, they're supposed to, you have an annual inspection date on your truck. You're supposed to have that in your truck and have the paperwork in your glove compartment. Your trailers are supposed to be annually recertified every year, inspected, because that in a roundabout way, that was supposed to cut back on DOT inspections, because every truck that was on the road was supposed to be safe because it's been through an inspection, and that mechanic that signs off on that, he pretty much verifies that he checked it at such and such a date and it passed at that date. So it was supposed to alleviate the pressure on the truck owner. It's all a bunch of crap because it's all a issue of passing a buck. But if, like the guy that inspects my truck, I am 100% sure that if I go to a scales and get DOT checked after my mechanic checked it, there's a very good chance it should pass. Now, can they find something? You bet. My gosh, they can pull a new truck off the assembly line and it won't pass for some goofy reason. It's all on how they want to go about it. But at the same time, remember, we're supposed to have an annual inspection on our truck. If they won't inspect it and pass it because it's been deleted, can you imagine what kind of a mess we're going to be into? There's a lot of trucks that won't pass.
Are you talking about like where they use the control module, the computer to delete the DEF system? Is that what?
Yes, but see, like on my trucks that have been deleted. So here, and I hope I'm not getting too long, but here's what happened. Years ago when I bought a truck that had the DEF system and everything on it, it cost me $3,800 two times, and actually in 12 months of owning the truck, I had to do it 3 times. It cost me $3,800 every time I went in to get the whole system cleaned out.
Yep.
Okay, because a lot of stuff that I did required the truck to idle, and they didn't have things quite dialed in like they are now, I don't think. Anyway, I had the truck deleted, and it cost me $4,500 to have it deleted. I haven't had an issue with that truck since. Not with those issues, okay? And it opened up so the dang thing could breathe and it would actually run. But what happens is if they reenact this and you have to put all this back on these trucks, they can't get truck parts anyway. See what I'm saying? And when I talk about the annual inspection, if they don't pass it because your DEF system is not working because it's been deleted, that could be a major issue. Because it's not there, so there's no way in hell it's going to work. You understand what I'm saying? So it's really a bad deal. I mean, I've got trucks that hauls livestock as well, and that is one of the trucks I had deleted right off the bat because it actually broke down with a load of hogs on it, and it was like 97 degrees out, and it killed like 25 of them. There ain't no way in hell I'm ever going to have a truck. I've got 1990 model trucks that don't even have it just for that reason, because there ain't no way in hell I'm going to put a truck hauling livestock that has a DEF system on it, because you can't count on it. Out of the blue, it decides it's going to deseg.
Right, put you down into limp mode or whatever until you do the forced regen or the regen. Yeah.
And then have you? Well, I'm sorry, Steve, but you don't know because you haven't done it. But if you're beside that truck, when it goes to that regen deal, normally it takes 20 to 30 minutes. Okay. But there has been times in trucks that I have that is hauling gas, it can take an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah,
for that to do.
Chevy guy shared a story last week that I guess at one point he drove a truck that had the regen system on it, and that damn thing, I guess his boss took it or somebody else got the truck, and it took him like 2.5 hours on the side of the road for the darn thing to regen. I mean, something wasn't working right, obviously, but.
And it'll get to like 100 30, 40 degrees on that side of the truck by where it's doing that regen through that filter because it's actually
hot.
burning that
Yep,
out.
cooking it. Yep.
It's just, I mean, and we have to get back to the thought process. Why did we have to do this? It was emissions, right? The emissions on a diesel truck is not the same as the emissions on a car. You understand? It was supposed to stop pollution. Does a truck smoke? Well, in years past, back when I started, hell, all trucks smoked because if they didn't smoke, they wasn't running. But now, you know, they went green. They're wanting to clean everything up and everything. But the whole deal, the catalytic converter deal on the cars is not the same issue as putting that monstrosity on the right side of your truck that's supposed to, you know, that filter, the particulate filter that's supposed to take the crud out. I don't think it's the same thing at all. And this all come back. We have to look back. That was an Obama enactment. And I have another mechanic friend of mine that says if it can be done to shut that, they have to go into the computer, probably into the ECM somehow.
Yep.
They can, you know, because the big deal is what if we don't have DEF? He said you can actually reprogram them things so that you don't have to have DEF. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic.
I do know that here, I mean,
actually,
6-8 months ago, there was, and I don't know if they've even got it resolved yet, the whole chip shortage thing, that there were these modules going out on the trucks that run the DEF systems, but they were unavailable. You couldn't get those, you know, the part to replace that. So that, yeah, some of these fleets and whatnot, they said, were going into the computer to bypass the DEF system. So I know it can be done. I don't know how long maybe you could run a truck that's bypassed the system. Ultimately, I'm thinking it's probably going to have a detrimental effect on the truck. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure there are drivers out there that know a whole lot more about it than I do because you're doing it for a living, and I just got to sit here and talk about the things. But it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And I see Always Moving is going to try to clarify her statement. Because I think some things might have been misunderstood late. First, I want to get to the Monkey Gouger that's been hanging in there. Morning, Monkey Gouger.
Hey, if you got time for her to cut, is she online now?
She is indeed, yes, sir.
Go ahead and put her on now. I got time.
Okay. All right. I know you've been hanging in there a bit. Well, thank you very much. We get to bump Always Moving right back up to the top. Yes. Thanks for calling back.
Thank you for taking my call again. First off, I'd like to say everyone's entitled to their opinion. Secondly, I'd like to say I fully admit that in my lifetime, it is not unusual for me to understand in my brain what I want to say, and when it comes out of my mouth, it doesn't come out the way I see what's happening in my brain.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
I do much better when I can write and edit and go back and rewrite. You know, I take several drafts, blah, blah, blah. So having said that, add to that, no, I am not a nurse, but I have seen and experienced a lot of what they're called complex care patients where I work. And I don't get all of the background stories to why they are in the condition they are in. I don't ask. I'm not allowed to ask. All I see is what I see and what families voluntarily will tell me. And so, having said that, I will say I probably misspoke because it should have been there are children, babies that come into this world, and I don't know at what point in time anybody knows there are medical issues, if it's before they're born or not until after they're born. I don't know what the parents decided. You know, I'm going to have this no matter what you tell me or whatever. But there are babies, children that come into this world with so many ailments, so many complexities to them. But thanks to modern medicine, they can keep them alive. And their quality of life is an independent, individual choice of the parent if they want to keep them like that or not. And what I see, what I have seen, I don't know what I would do if I was in that situation because I have never been in that situation. I can tell you I fight like crazy for all the little newborn kittens around my place that the moms don't take care of them or whatever, and I'm up bottle feeding them around the clock and I'm rubbing their bellies. I mean, no one fights harder for trying to save things that are living than me. And I don't know what I would do if that was my child that was born like that. And that's where you get into the whole ethics part of how much should modern medicine intervene with allowing nature to take its course. And that is between the parents and the doctors and their God or their faith, whatever. That has nothing to do with me. I'm just saying what I have seen is, and I don't see it all, but I have seen a lot of things that it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And it's heartbreaking to see what it's done to the parents. It's heartbreaking to see for the child. I'm not saying they should get rid of them at any point in time, but I'm just very glad I have never been put in that position. As for Planned Parenthood, my dealings with Planned Parenthood was not 1975 to 1978. And there was one locally in my town, and there were, of course, others outside of my town. Having been very well known in my town, and my family was well known in my town, and this is all before HIPAA came along where nobody could say anything. I went to a Planned Parenthood out of my town, but I learned about it from a friend of mine who was going to the Planned Parenthood in my town. And she was the one that was saying, well, you can get this, this, and this. And my experience at Planned Parenthood was I didn't know all the different kind of contraceptives that were available. I didn't know all that. I didn't know it. They sat me down. They educated me. They gave me choices. It was based on my income, and I had babysitting money, and I always paid when I went, and whether I gave them $12 or whether I could give them $40. And I was thoroughly examined by a qualified physician, and I was educated, and I was provided contraceptives and used it for years. And my parents were not notified. And as I became of age, I still continued to go until I was out on my own and found my own family doctor. And I was in a position where I could then change and go to him. And from then, as I got older, then I progressed to an OB-GYN once I was married and had my own child and was pregnant. And I started seeing an OB-GYN then. And so, my experience with Planned Parenthood has all been positive. My friends that I went to school with have all been positive. And I know why it was originally developed, and I know what supposedly that lady's theory was that designed it or whatever, but it is Planned Parenthood. It's not, we're here to kill babies. It is Planned Parenthood. And that is something that was my experience to it was all positive. And that's why, I'm not going to take a broad brush and say, get rid of Planned Parenthood because they perform abortions. I'm not an abortion advocate. I think there's just way many other choices, and you do need to take care of your body. But I am saying the other things that they provide are wonderful, especially for, it'll be in a house, in a neighborhood where people can walk to and get it, or you can drive to it and get it. I mean, it serves a very good health care choice for people who cannot afford to go to the more expensive private physicians.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important thing.
And I mentioned the fact that
should be health care for everybody.
My wife and I went there. Again, I mean, at a very young age, I had no idea. I don't recall if they even suggested or asked us if we were interested in an abortion. It was never approached to me either.
I
went
in there and explained to them I was now active and I wanted protection, and they sat me down. We went through all of this and that. I never went there because I was pregnant. I went there to prevent a pregnancy.
Gotcha.
So yeah, but I will admit, when I was thinking about what he said, I thought, I could see how that got mistaken for what I was seeing in my head. So I do apologize for that. But no, I do believe it does start with your body. But see, even back then, when I'm 16, I still took a responsibility for myself, and my boyfriend at the time and we wound up being together for like 8 years. We sat down, we were first for each other. We were very thoughtful. We talked to each other. We were scared to death, blah, 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 blah. You got raging hormones, but, neither one of us wanted to get pregnant, blah, blah, blah. So, he took his, I took mine, and we worked together to make sure that nothing happened. And there were no accidents along the way. There was no even trying to have an accident along the way. So I was very fortunate in having a good person. But again, I also took responsibility for me and said, I'm going to make sure that I'm doing it right. And another thing I thought of is, you can call it bad parenting, but my parents there were 3 girls in my family, and my parents told all this, and they told my 2 brothers, don't even think about coming home pregnant because we will disown you. And you know what? None of us ever doubted them. And that was enough to keep us from coming home pregnant.
Right.
Because I don't call that abuse. I don't call that cruel. I don't know what would have happened if one of us would have come home pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
but I believe we would have been disowned. I mean, I believe they would have said, fine, you're out on your own. That's it. See ya. There wouldn't have been any baby showers. There wouldn't have been, well, you're not the first. You won't be the last. But I don't know, because it never happened, because they put enough, quote, fear of God in us, or fear of our parents, that out of the 5, ain't nobody coming home pregnant. And we never did, and we never would. And so, that was how parenting was done back then. And it worked for me. And I got to tell you, I look back at my parents and I feel so sorry. I gave my parents every gray hair they ever got. I wish to God they were alive so I could go back and apologize to them for being a typical teenager and the stuff I put them through. And you don't realize how good your parents are until you are older and have children of your own. And unfortunately for me, my parents were both gone by that point. So you hope, and I'm so lucky that I had the parents I had, because I didn't come home pregnant back then. They did instill, look at those independent values that they instilled in me to take care of myself, that I'm able to take care of myself today. I don't know how they did it. I wish I knew what their secret was. I wish I knew. All I can do is try to duplicate it and pass it on to mine as she was growing older. And, she is incredibly successful. She's living an absolute dream life. Whenever I would go visit her in Texas, the people were down there were like, we wanted to meet her mommy. We want to know who raised her. Well, you know what? A whole bunch of people stepped up and helped. She's a product of not just her father and I, but a whole bunch of people. It takes a village to raise a child. The village stepped in. And I got to say, it's my mom and my dad in there too. It's life experiences. It's everything. And I could not be more proud of her than I am. So, when I hear this woman on that article that I read said, it goes back to that education, that we're going to have to start re-educating. And I thought, well, what have you been doing all this time? Do you not talk to your children about this? Are you not helping them with this? And my mother signed a note when I was in the 4th grade, sent me to a movie at school. When I got in the car that night, she said, do you have any questions? And I said, no, ma'am. And she said, all right. And that was my discussion of sex with my mother. That was it. I mean, she didn't sit through the movie with me, nothing. It was just, I sat there and watched the movie, and do you have any questions? Nope. And that was it. My child, I did it different. Bought books, sat down, talked to her. And when I found out she was physically active, I talked to her about it, and then I took her to the OB-GYN, and I said, I want you to make sure she's taken care of, and I want you to scare the hell out of her about the consequences. And you know what I drilled into her was, I want you to think about it. Who you are being active with, both of his parents are drug addicts. And that child is going to be connected to those 2 people for the rest of their lives, the rest of your child's life. And you're going to be connected to them. And if that's really what you want, you go for it. And if not, you better make sure you don't have a child. And there was no child. So kind of like what my parents did with me. I mean, you put it down in front of them. You're going to be connected to whoever you produce this child with for the rest of that child's life. So you better think about that and make good choices. So anyway, I got off my high horse. So have a good night. Thank you. And hi to Monkey.
Thank you for calling back in. And yeah, I thought she was going to say hi to Monkey Gouger. All right, there. We got to get our news break, and we'll return to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Developing countries often lack the essential infrastructure to help navigate global shocks like a pandemic.
President Biden at the G7 summit, the president pledging $200 billion in U.S. funding for projects to help improve developing countries. Biden saying it's part of a G7 initiative to invest in sustainable projects. Protests continued Sunday over the Roe v. Wade announcement on Friday. A group of Antifa members wearing black clothing, hoods, and masks caused damage in Portland's Hollywood district Saturday night. The group breaking windows and tagging several businesses, including a pregnancy resource center. Portland police monitoring the crowd but not doing anything to stop the violence. Protesters also blocking busy freeways in Los Angeles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we are back on a Monday. I hope you had a good weekend. Jumping back to the gun legislation that was actually signed by the president early on Saturday. There was one representative, I can't recall, I think it was a senator, that was explaining how it happens all too often in Washington. You know, a piece of legislation is presented to them, and literally in a matter of hours, they haven't had time to even read the legislation. It kind of goes back to the Nancy Pelosi Obamacare. Well, you have to pass it to find out what's in it. So I do kind of wonder if after the fact, here in the coming days, what all may have been buried in there that we're not even familiar with at this point. But it was hastily presented to the Senate. And it was cleared literally within hours of being introduced. And as soon as the Senate passed it, it went to the House, and pretty much the same thing. Hours later, just hours after it was released, 15 Senate Republicans joined all the Democrats passing the bill. The House quickly passed the bill on Friday, just hours after they got it from the Senate. There were 14 Republicans, apparently, that joined the Democrats on the House side as well. But one tidbit that was in there, we were talking about it last week, and this, I believe, oddly enough, it was always moving, that brought up the fact that when it comes to mental health, your records, things that are, I guess, the HIPAA laws that maybe previously you're not privy to. This is between the individual and the doctor kind of thing. It sounds like that's going to change. Now, they're calling it the most extensive set of gun control measures in about 30 years. Now, this is the key. It says it will require state and local level juvenile and mental health records to be added to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. So I guess that means school records, juvenile and mental health records. That's going to go into the system for the National Instant Criminal Background Check. It will also expand the background checks for those under the age of 21 to look for more factors potentially disqualifying their gun purchase. It may entail a waiting period of up to 10 days before a firearms purchase can go through. The bill also, they say, broadens the definition of a gun seller to those who buy and sell guns to predominantly earn a profit. So, new definition of who is and who isn't actually a gun seller, which would require people that do trading and selling their guns. I'm assuming this is people that actually go to the Bill Goodman Gun and Knife Show on a fairly regular basis. Are you predominantly making a living? Are you making money? Buying, selling, trading guns. Now, those individuals, according to this, will have to follow the stricter federal firearms licensing requirements. Just a couple of pieces in there, but the one about the mental health. So mental health records maybe no longer going to be top secret? It's an interesting change, but all right, meanwhile, Monkey Gouger hanging in there. And back to the calls we go. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve. How you this morning?
I'm doing all right. Happy Monday. How about those Toyotas?
Hey, you didn't get the full update on that race. That was a hell of a race. Old Chase Elliott, he stopped early, come in and got us some tires. And Kyle Busch had a 4-second lead on the field. He run him down. All right, 66 laps to go. You know, Martin Truex, Kyle Busch, Elliott come in on the net, go around. Then they had another quick caution there. Kyle Busch got out ahead of him, was leading about 12 car leads. That old Chevrolet, he just pushed the pedal down and whoa, right on to the front he went again. old Kyle and them thought they was going to pull a fast, but come in and get tires, and I think they got shuffled out 25th, 26th.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a hell of a race. I mean, it was rain delayed, 6 hours late getting done, way up into the midnight there. But, hey, I want to give a hello to the Chevrolet camp and a commanding performance of waxing them Jaffa Crappers' ass. Now, the other thing is that you didn't get to hear, old Bubba Wallace showed his ass again, and I'm wondering when NASCAR is going to take some action against him on this. Got on the scanner and cussed his crew chief out.
Uh-oh.
And I mean, used some pretty explicit wording that we won't discuss, you know, but I'm just waiting to see what NASCAR is going to do about this. I think where he finished at 12th, 23rd, I don't know, wherever he finishes every week. But good race. But Steve, I witnessed something last Saturday that, I mean, I reckon I'd never been around anything where something like this happened. And there's a little old truck stop, mom and pop truck stop down there in Alabama. I stopped at a good little bit. And I got up Saturday and went in there and eat. They got those, those overhead fans running on the porch. And they got those little chairs out there like the old-timey truck stops. I was sitting out there admiring all of God's beauty out there coming up to them gas pumps and them Daisy Dukes. Just kind of just taking life easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the owner come out. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just cooling out." He said, "Well, it's good seeing you. You know, happy Father's Day and all that stuff, too." Me and him sitting there talking. He went on back in the thing. At that time, we hear bam, 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 bam. People start running, grabbing kids. Everybody, I mean, some people hit the ground. I thought, oh, my man, what is going on here? Well, when everybody run in the truck stop, he come running out there. He looks at me and said, "What's going on?" I said, "Somebody's shooting over there." He said, "That damn redneck's at it again." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Man, me and this guy has been having a battling feud, so he's trying to shut me down." And says, he's mad because the drivers come in here and idle all night trying to stay cool. He'll wait till my gas pump get full, and he got a target range over there. Said, "I got the law coming down here to go over there and talk to him again." And he got a target range, you know, a pit. Everything's set up. He's shooting away from the truck stop. But then what he does, he go there and hides in the woods and wait for my truck stop to get full and the gas pump, and he goes on there and starts shooting, puts everybody in a frenzy.
Oh, boy.
So the police, you know, and I mean, Steve, there just to see the fright on them people, the fear of those people, you know, they thought they had been gunned down. So the police arrived down there, you know, and he's a sir says, "We done been down here 3 times this week," and said there ain't nothing that we can do. He's within his laws. He's got a backstop. He's in a pit. And said there's nothing that we can do. Said all he doing is y'all got that pissing contest going on, and says something's going to have to give here directly. Said we're going to go over there and talk to him one more time, but I'm telling you, there ain't nothing that we can do. This is something y'all have got to work out.
Mm.
He said, well, I tried to buy that place, tried to apply it. They won't sell it. He said, well, I don't know. So anyway, you know, they was at a dead standstill over there going back and forth. But for that 30 seconds, you know, are we living in a time of fear? I mean, has it really, I mean, it has just got that bad. And I witnessed it, and I mean, I just, there for 30 seconds, it was total chaos. But, anyway, you know, I found out that getting old ain't what it's all up to. I'll tell you that right now. I got home Monday morning. Biscuit called me and says, where are you at, pig? I said, I just pulled in the yard. Said, we just went by there. Mama, turn the car around. So, you know, they come back to the house, and they had Boone with them, the newborn. He's up to 8 pounds now. Everything going good. So, let me hold that boy. So the minute that she handed me the baby, my arm locked up. I said, grab him, I'm thinking to drop him. And she grabbed it and said, what's wrong? I said, I don't know, my arm just locked up. I said, I've been having shoulder trouble for about 3 or 4 weeks now, and I said, I don't know what it is. But I walked in the house, and Debbie said, what's wrong? I said, my arm is killing me. My arm is on fire. And I said, call that sawbone, tell him I'm on the way over there. So I called the doctor, and she said, get him over here. Got over there, you know, and he's looking at my arm, took some x-rays, examined it. He said, have you ever had an encounter with tennis elbow?
Ah.
I said, yeah. You ever had that, Steve?
Yes, and it was actual tennis elbow. I played a lot of tennis when I was young, yes.
That thing is painful.
Yep.
And I mean, when it decides to attack you. So anyway, he's examining me, and he's poking here and poking there, and he said, well, he said, there's good news and there's bad news. He said, I got to put you in a brace, put that little arm brace with that ball in the middle of it, right on top of the spot, and they give me a shot that hurt like hell. And he said, I don't want you to pick up a loaf of bread for the next 5 or 6 days. I said, man, I got a lot of fish to catch.
Right.
He said, did you hear what I told you, dummy? I said, yeah, I heard what you told me. He said, go home, let your wife ice it down, you know, and I'll give you all that good love and tender care. Well, it's better. It's a lot better. I mean, I don't know what that shot was. It burnt like hell.
Probably a cortisone shot. I bet they hit you with cortisone.
Probably a cortisone.
Yep.
Probably cortisone. So anyway, we're back functioning, everything going good, and just enjoying the trucking life out here, living the dream. But Steve, while I was off, I got to watch a lot of TV. And have you ever heard of a series called Dope Sick? It's DOPESICK.
I'm not familiar, no.
You need to see this movie. I urge everybody to see this movie and see how our government has screwed us over. And what it is, it's about about the Oxycontin is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
About how this one drug company parlayed on the American public with these opioids.
Yeah.
And it takes place. They targeted like West Virginia, Maine, and one other state. I think it was Kentucky when they first rolled this thing out because Maine had a lot of farmers. Kentucky West Virginia and Virginia had coal miners. And they said, hey, we are going to target these states because they have a lot of injuries, and we're gonna that's where we're gonna open the ground for this drug. And it goes on. I mean, it like I say, it's a real interesting thing how this drug company manipulated the American government, FDA, DEA, and the thing that really shocked me, and I mean, they had movie actors. It was all based on true stories.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Keaton was in it. A couple other big names was in it. But the thing that really shocked me, there was two things that shocked me. One, these three district attorneys, federal district attorneys for the District of Virginia, I forgot what county, were the ones that were fighting so hard to end this. And one lady in the DEA was really fighting hard to put an end to the Oxycontin use in America. And they had and the name of this company that produced this, anybody can look it up, was Purdue Laboratories. It was owned by the Slacker family, S-L-A-C-K-E-R, Slacker. And they got a meeting with old George Bush Jr. Come up there and talk about this drug abuse. And they got him up there. Old George Bush is sitting there. And he said, I want to know what you idiots are doing trying to sue Frank Purdue, who makes the best chickens in America.
I heard about that, yes. He wasn't talking about the damn chicken. He was talking about the drug maker, yep.
Yeah, so they had to explain to him, and he said, oh, okay, well, I fully understand now. Y'all continue as you've been doing. So anyway, the guy that fought for the opioids to continue in this country is going to knock your socks off when I tell you who it was. And you'll never guess in 100 years. Now we know what's wrong with this guy's noggin. He's hooked on Oxycontin. Rudy Giuliano.
Really?
Thought, yes. I'm telling you, Steve, you've got to see this. This will blow your mind. Also, Purdue Laboratories or pharmacies is the one, when you go to the doctor, you go in there and say like you stumped your toe or something, they ask you what your pain level is, and they got this little card and they come out and hold it to you. Can you tell us what your pain level is, from 1 to 10?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the damn thing feel like somebody cut it off. Oh, number 10, eh? Yeah. Okay, we're going to put you on Oxycontin. And I mean, it just blows your mind at the way this come down in America. And they finally succeeded in 2019. If you Google it, who invented Oxycontin, it will tell you the whole story and what all happened. Well, they bankrupted the company and all this, but the upper echelon of that company was pretty smart. They put all the money overseas and everything, so they got away probably $10 or $15 billion that we can't do nothing with. But I mean, it was a real interesting series. I enjoyed it. It was like 8 or 9, 10 series long episodes. But I mean, Steve, this thing will open your eyes up to how corrupt and how stupid our American government is. I mean, it is just asinine at the things that went on during this epidemic of drug overdose with Oxycontin.
So they got millions of people addicted to the prescription medications. And then, of course, now they changed the laws where you can't give someone more than like 5 days worth of an opioid. And now that's I guess these are the people that are out there buying fentanyl and heroin on the streets, right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And Steve, everybody was getting this stuff. I mean, it's like I went into the pill cabinet and looked back at some old prescriptions that I had. And I pulled them out, and I said, Debbie, look at right here. 2012, knee surgery, 45 pills, Oxycontin. I said, here's another pill bottle right here. 2015, knee surgery, 45 pills, Oxycontin. All of them still in the bottle. I said, 2019, shoulder surgery, 45 pills, Oxycontin. And out of all three of the prescriptions, there was never a pill taken out of that bottle. Because I figured I could tough it out myself. I said, I'm not going to get on this stuff. But that was the pain. That's what the drug companies were. That drug company was pushing, and had all the doctors convinced that it wasn't. It wasn't
not addictive,
habitual.
Yep.
Right. But I mean, if you get a chance to look at this, look some of this up, and it will blow your mind. So anyway, I didn't get to do no fishing, but I did get to go hang out with the lizard man. They had the lizard man stop in Bishopville, South Carolina, Saturday. So Via, JJ, and Debbie, and Katie, and all of us went up there for it. And I was up there buying some shirts, for the lizard man, just for giggles, and this newspaper guy from Charleston come over, and he said, "Hey, can I take a picture of y'all getting the shirt?" "Yeah, go ahead. We don't care." So he come over there, and he was taking pictures, and he was asking me questions. He said, "What do you know about the lizard man?" I said, "I know the actual lizard man." He said, "Do what?" I said, "I know the actual lizard man." I said, "He's buried about 5 miles from here if you want to go to his grave." He said, "Now, wait a minute." He said, I want to know what you know." So I told him the whole story about how the lizard man come about and all this. It was all a big hoax and all this. He said, "That's kind of the same story I got." He said, "But let me ask you this. Would it make you mad if I didn't put this in the paper?" I said, "Not one bit." I said, "They're making thousands of dollars here today for people believing it." And the old guys that was on the police force was up there talking about how he comes charging through the woods and all this stuff, And I'm sitting there going, "Oh my God, y'all know better than this BS." But it went on. See, it was funny. And he said, "How many other people?" I said, "Everybody in this county knew the real lizard man and how it happened." But I said, "Hey, look here, for 8 weeks while this thing was going on, I was up here every weekend chasing old lizard man through the swamp and corrupting them farmers' daughters, having me a good time." And I said, it got so famous, even Dan Rather come down there with the CBS News, chasing the lizard man in the Browntown Swamp in Bishopville, South Carolina. So anyway, that's that. And did get to hang out with the lizard man for a while, and all that stuff. So had a pretty good week off there, Steve. We all back good and motoring on down the road.
All right. And the elbows feeling better, I presume. All right. Thank you very much, Monkey Gouger. Hey, we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast, right? Into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Global leaders are meeting in Germany for the G7 summit. President Biden announces a new G7 partnership that invests in countries that need support. He says there are already projects underway.
These strategic investments are areas of critical to sustainable development and to our shared global stability, health and health security, digital connectivity, gender equality and equity, climate and energy security.
Pfizer says an updated version of its COVID vaccine offers more protection against the Omicron variant. The company making the announcement with its biotechnology company BioNTech. The companies say data shows a booster shot of the Omicron-adopted variant provides a substantially higher immune response against the BA1 variant. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $50 for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Juul is continuing to sell their vapes and vape-flavored cartridges, even though the FDA ordered them to stop selling them Thursday because of safety concerns. Pediatric specialist Dr. Frida Fisher says vaping has not been conclusively shown in studies to be safer than traditional cigarettes. She says the best way for teenagers and young adults to quit is to speak to their doctor.
Once they realized that these companies were targeting them, the teenagers and the middle schoolers, a lot of them, they don't like to be fooled, and so they just quit.
Customs and Border Protection is reporting a slight increase in drug seizures along the southern border. Arizona Attorney General and Republican candidate for U.S. Senate Mark Brnovich says that he's concerned about how these drugs are impacting communities.
They're bringing in records amount of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and they're empowering the cartels, and we're going to see more violence in our neighborhoods as a result of these failed Biden policies.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Former assistant football coach Joe Kelly was fired from a Washington high school for refusing to stop praying on the field after games. He took his case all the way to the Supreme Court, and they're expected to rule on it this week. Coach Kennedy sharing what he believes are the implications of the Supreme Court's ruling on this case.
Depending upon how it's written, this could provide broad protection for not just public school employees, but public employees at large. It could affect millions of Americans and their right to be able to share their faith in private settings, or just simply to be able to just pray over their meals at lunchtime without being discriminated.
Germany is declaring a gas crisis after Russia cut off supplies to Europe. This comes as Russia continues to invade Ukraine. Tennessee Republican Senator Bill Hagerty reacts to Germany's decision on Fox News.
It doesn't surprise me at all that Germany is taking this posture. Look, they foolhardily went in and they killed their nuclear energy. They got way over their skis in this green agenda, and they've realized that it doesn't work. They're going back to reopening coal-fired plants right now. And by the way, Maria, Germany never met its obligations under the Paris Climate Accord. America exceeded our obligations, even though we pulled out of it. So I think Germany is acknowledging the harsh reality that these green policies do not work. The technology isn't there.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris for good got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Everybody on the same page. Welcome into a Monday, 27th day of June. Here it is, final week of June. Friday, first day of July. Big travel weekend. According to AAA's at 46 million. Going to be traveling next weekend. Get ready for the interstates to get busy out there. And for the second time in as many weeks, have another wildfire in New Jersey. Let me see. Larry sent me the link to the update from the New Jersey Forest Fire Service. This is in the Brendan T. Byrne State Forest. Being dubbed the Brickworks Fire, Manchester and Woodland Townships. Update from a couple hours ago, the New Jersey Forest Fire Service has made substantial progress in containing a wildfire in the Brendan T. Byrne State Forest, which has reached 300 acres in size. It is dubbed 50% contained. I say earlier in the evening, Sunday evening, Forest Service fire crews were conducting backfiring operations to aid in containment. No structures threatened at this point in time, no injuries reported. Cause of the fire is still under investigation. So again, thank you for the update there, Larry. 2 weeks, 2 fires there in New Jersey. All right, and if you weren't with us in the first hour, heads up here, impacting the truck drivers out there. I have no idea how many drivers or companies may be using this particular ELD device. But Friday, the FMCSA issued an alert informing users this particular ELD is no longer approved for use by truck drivers and motor carriers. This is the Arian T ELD, removed from their list of approved devices. It is now on the list of revoked devices. If you have been or are currently using an Arian T ELD, you are required to take the following steps according to the FMCSA. First of all, discontinue using the revoked device and revert to paper logs or logging software to record your required hours of service data. Replace the revoked device with a compliant ELD from the registered devices list before August the 24th. So you've got a 60-day grace period to replace the revoked device with a compliant device. But again, right now, you've got go to paper logs or paper logging software. Hey, what do we got here before we get back to your calls? Plenty of room for you here at 844-844-3388. There you go. Tom Kelly from TNCRadio.live reminds us the planets are aligned for another great week on the road, and TNC Radio is ready to be with you every mile. Coming up 5 o'clock this morning, here a little less than 2 hours from now when we wrap things up here on the overnight drive, it's our friend Stan Campbell, the Trucker Radio Show. 2 hours of fun, laughter, country music, stories of interest for the trucking industry. Again, all starts at 5 a.m. Did you miss an episode of Mind Your Trucking Business? Perhaps you're in the mood for maybe last Tuesday's Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Well, you can find these shows and many others at the TNCRadio.live app. Open the app, press the podcasts button. Follow the links to your favorite show on TNCRadio.live. Monkey Gouger brought up the whole opioid crisis, and it's continuing to get worse in varying communities. We've talked in recent weeks how the state of Oregon has really gone downhill since they passed that ballot measure, pretty much legalizing all the hard drugs there. And we've talked many times in the past, you got your Philadelphia. Realistically, in many downtown cities, many big cities around the country, the opioid crisis has just got to where people are actually shooting up right there in the middle of the street, in the middle of the day, as the drugs continue to pour across our porous southern border. This was an update over the weekend. A suspected drug dealer in California charged with possessing enough fentanyl to potentially kill as many as 12 million people. According to the Orange County District Attorney's Office, 60-year-old Alfonso Gomez Santana, charged with 1 felony count of sale or transport of a controlled substance, 2 felony counts of possession of sale with intent to sell. Now, last week, California Highway Patrol arresting Gomez, they found more than 4 kilos of fentanyl in his vehicle, which subsequently led to searching the home. When officers searched the suspect's home, they discovered 20 more kilos of fentanyl, $250,000 in fentanyl pills, and 122 grams of methamphetamine. So what's he facing for this? Enough drugs to kill 12 million people. He now faces up to 80 months, not years, months in prison, if convicted on all counts. Now, the district attorney said it is unconscionable that someone has the ability to kill 12 million people and is just facing a handful of years. Fentanyl, the national epidemic that killed more than 100,000 people just last year. It's not going to stop unless we have the tools as prosecutors to hold these drug dealers and drug manufacturers accountable for literally peddling death. Every parent in America should be petrified that one day they're going to walk in their child's bedroom and find them dead because their child thought they were experimenting with recreational drugs. But instead, the drug dealer sold them a deadly dose of fentanyl. And this is not fear-mongering. This is the reality in this country. If we don't start strengthening the penalties for the dealers, it's going to be the reality for you or someone you love. Latest reports said 107,000 Americans died from overdoses last year. That was a 15% jump from 2020. Within that number, 71,000 died of fentanyl, 18.3% increase. In April, Breitbart News reported that border officials had seized 11,200 pounds of fentanyl at the U.S.-Mexico border in the fiscal year 21. They've already seized 5,800 pounds of fentanyl since October 1st of 21. That's when the fiscal year began. So, the figures indicate fentanyl seizures have actually jumped dramatically. They've quadrupled. But the number of drugs coming across the border, obviously, incredible quantities are still getting through. Killing the American people, killing the American kids in particular. And we'll get a quick timeout. Philip, got you coming up here. Cue balls on board. Horse feathers, and it's 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I'm not sure if Pappy's on board with us this morning or not. If you're out there, Pappy, hey, coming up, got a International Space Station flyover that will be visible for us in a couple hours. Yeah, it's going to be in this region. Yeah, of course, we're Southwest Ohio. Our friends in Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. 5:06 a.m. for right here at the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. But I guess it's going to go almost straight overhead, be visible for nearly 6 minutes in duration. Let's see, appears starting from the west, southwest, and disappears about 10 degrees above northeast. So passing right over 5:06 a.m. this morning. I'm on the list from NASA to get the spot the station emails anytime you can have a shot at seeing it. When I first saw the headline to this one, I thought this is probably going to be a story out of Florida. One person dead after an alligator attack. But no, it was not Florida. South Carolina on Friday. I mean, we're talking 11:45 a.m. So just, before the noon hour, Horry County Fire Rescue responded to a water rescue call in the area of Excalibur Court outside of Myrtle Beach. Upon arrival, units determined an alligator had taken hold of a neighbor and retreated into the nearby retention pond. South Carolina Department of Natural Resources biologist and SCDNR contacted Alligator Removal Service, which undoubtedly determined the alligator should be euthanized on site. The victim was recovered from the pond, but they were dead. Coroner's office responding to the scene. Death investigation underway. Yeah, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources Wildlife Section responded to assist. I don't know if this is somebody vacationing there in Myrtle Beach or just a resident of Myrtle Beach, but watch out for those gators. All right, Philip on board. Happy Monday, Philip. What's going on this morning?
Hey, buddy, how you doing? I'm doing some testing this morning, Steve. I got a new product I'm using in my car right now. It's called Gasoline Extreme. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, Hot Shot Secret, Gasoline Extreme. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got my order Saturday, and yesterday I had to fill the old Honda up. So I filled it up, and I put the amount of additive in there I needed to put.
Yep.
And I'm looking at my trip computer right now, and on my overall average, I'm about 3 miles more a gallon. And on my trip average, I'm about 4 on just for this trip. So I know it's just for this trip that I've got that average. I got to say, it give my car a lot more torque. So when I hit a hill, it'll pull it good. And it seemed like the acceleration has opened up a lot more. So I'm getting a lot more acceleration than I was getting before. So this one's doing pretty good. I still got 2 more products to test. I got the Stiction Eliminator, and I've got the Shift Restorer. I've got to call in today, though. I got to ask them about the amount of that Stiction Eliminator to use in the Honda here, because if I have to use what they say on the side of the bottle, I think that's a little bit much. I might be, but I don't know. I want to see if I can use about half of that so I can get a little bit more out of it. I got to talk to them today when I call. Do you know what time they open up, Steve?
Typically they're in the office like 8 a.m., 8 o'clock Eastern time. What's it say? Is it say 2 ounces per quart on the side of the bottle? Is that, I'm trying to remember?
Well, on mine, on the Stiction Eliminator, it says 4 ounces per quart.
4 ounces per quart.
And on this Honda, you only got 4 quarts in this Honda, and if you do the math, it's about an eighth of what the car actually holds. And I really don't want to go down, take the oil down that low. What I'm wanting to do is about 2 ounces a quart. You know what I mean? So I can get about 8 ounces, and I'll be about a 16th of what the oil capacity is on the car.
Yeah,
so I don't want to starve it on oil. And I just want to ask them if I can do that, because it says to do this 4 ounces per quart on the initial use. And that's my only question about it. As far as the Shift Restore.
That's why I said 2 ounces. 4 ounces per quart, because that initial use is going to be like the really clean everything up inside deal. And I think after that you can go to 2 ounces per quart, or actually you can go to the FR3 friction reducer after you get your initial clean out.
Yeah, that was the plan. The plan was going to do the, like Chris told me on the show, he said to get the Stiction Eliminator to start with. He said, and then on the next oil change, you do the FR3.
Yep.
Straight FR3.
Yep.
And then he said you should be good to go. But I'm already seeing an improvement with this.
Well, and with the length of your commute, every mile makes a difference, right? The miles per gallon, that's pretty good. 3 miles per gallon better.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking, that the 3 miles an hour I'm getting on my overall, that's my average of my fuel burn. My car has 2 computers in it. It's got one computer that does the average of from the time you fill the tank up until you fill it back up again. And then it's got another trip computer that you can do per trip. So like each time you drive, it has a breakdown on how much your fuel mileage is with this Honda. And I'm watching that. That's how I keep track of all my, my fuel mileage. And then I also do the numbers too when I fill up at the pump to see what I'm getting, what actual mileage I traveled, and I check everything that way as well. And it works. I got to tell you that much. From what I'm seeing, just with this fuel, the gasoline extreme, it's working. So, and I put the mount on there. I just wish the only thing with the gasoline extreme with the bottle, Steve, if you could let Chris know this, if he could break it down in more detail as far as the amount of ounces you need to put per gallon, or you know what I mean, that kind of thing. It just says 16 ounces for 45 gallons of fuel. I don't mind doing the math. I did the math, but some people don't want to do the math. You know what I mean, Steve? So that's the only thing as far as the labeling,
Yeah.
But we'll see how she goes. And that's all I pretty much wanted to talk about this morning, Steve. I got the product over the weekend. I'm gonna try it, see how it works, and if I can get 3 or 4, even if I can get 5 miles a gallon, I'm gonna be ecstatic with this product, because that's gonna save me a lot of cash. So, but that's all I got pretty much today, Steve. I'm sorry, I hate to be a commercial, but
hey, you know what? That's what we're here for. That's what we need. I probably need a little more of that. It's supposed to talk about my sponsor. That's why we're here. And there you go. And don't forget, if you need to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, you're gonna save. Ultimately, it's gonna pay for itself, and you're gonna actually have more money in your pocket. Don't forget to use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Gas prices have dipped slightly over the past few weeks, falling 4 cents to a national average of $5.05 a gallon. Oil industry analyst Troby Lundberg, publisher of the Lundberg survey, admits the dip was not enough to ease consumers' pain at the pump.
Right now, with the average price $1.90 a gallon higher than it was 1 year ago, each 15-gallon fill of a vehicle means another $28.55 out of pocket.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Baton Rouge, Louisiana currently has the lowest average price for a gallon of gas at $4.39, and San Francisco has the highest at $6.39. South Dakota Republican Governor Kristi Noem says doctors should be punished for violating abortion laws, not women. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, cue ball coming up here. First, real quick from the industry headlines. A private equity firm has purchased the company that runs Fry Miller refrigerated trailers across the country. OBS Holdings, LLC, which does business as Fry Miller, has been purchased by Santa Monica, California-based Angels Equity Partners, LLC, and Orlando, Florida-based KJM Capital. According to the news release, the newly acquired company provides refrigerated transport and freight brokerage services to support cold chain management. So Fry Miller, Oklahoma City-based Fry Miller, has a fleet of more than 600 tractors, founded in 1968 by Don Fry Miller in Shullsburg, Wisconsin. At first, the company hauled livestock, then they moved to raw meat, produce, and eventually refrigerated cargo in the 70s. According to the history on the company's website, moved to Oklahoma in 1996. The founder's son, David Fry Miller, has been president and CEO for more than 25 years. He's expected to continue with the company, but he said in the news release, this investment represents an opportunity for us to accelerate our growth We will focus on the mission to provide the most reliable, temperature-controlled services to our partners while staying true to our values: safety, professionalism, integrity, and excellence. There you go. Let's see. Angel said in a news release that it was conducting from a targeted sector focus on differentiated transportation and logistics providers when this particular opportunity, Freimiller, presented itself. So there you go. All right, back to the phones on a Monday. What do you say, Cue Ball?
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
It's been a little bit. So, I would always start up, but let's see here. I'll touch base on opioids. You know, I've been thinking about this for a bit. This has been going on for a long time. It's talking about like all the different cities where you got the homelessness, you got like down in Philly, you got the Kensington Avenue situation down there. It's just an absolute disaster. You know, it's literally like the zombie apocalypse. I remember they used to talk about that and thinking, oh, come on, it's a stupid joke. Nah, man, you go in so many cities, it literally is like zombies walking around.
Yep.
You know, the fentanyl, right? Where's that stuff made? I don't think that's made here, is it?
I think it's most of it's being made in China, then it's shipped over to the cartels in Mexico, and then they get it into the U.S.
All right, how long have we been dealing with the, quote, war on drugs? I kind of remember being in school and Ronald Reagan on the TV when he was president talking about, you know, the whole thing about drugs and all that. I don't remember when the, quote, war on drugs started, but I think it was back in the Reagan days. Am I mistaken or no?
I mean, it seems like my entire life, but yeah, I do recall a lot of talk about the war on drugs in that era, yes.
So law enforcement, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to bash the cops, but what I am trying to say is law enforcement isn't the solution to this problem, because that's been the solution to the problem, but yet the problem hasn't been solved. You can follow where I'm going with this. It's not a law enforcement thing. Well, I mean, some would say, okay, what else do you do? Well, where are all these drugs coming from? Like, you can't make cocaine in this country.
I mean, back in those, in the Reagan era, isn't that when we were supposedly going to start doing like some covert operations to send like some forces down into Colombia to actually go after the makers and the Colombian cocaine cartels down there?
Right. If you're starting to go right where I'm going with this now, there's very few of these drugs that are domestically made that are being done here. I mean, you got the Hill Jacks with the methamphetamine. They're making that crap in a damn van or an apartment out in the hills somewhere. But the fentanyl is made out of overseas. The heroin is overseas. All this crap's overseas. This isn't law enforcement. This is national security /military.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, let's say this, like with the fentanyl, right? And I will say this. If, let's say, for example, Russia decided to lob a missile into the United States, I don't know what President Pudding Pop would do, but I don't know what, under normal situations, you bomb us, we're going to just annihilate it. You're done. If Canada turns socialist and started lobbing bombs across the border, you're damn right we're going to take care of business on that, right? So why is it that these countries can literally kill millions of Americans and we don't do spit? This is why when they're saying about putting the military on the border, yeah, absolutely. With the whole covert things with the Colombian cartel, at this point now, as far as I'm concerned, you're making that crap down here in Mexico, make it not exist anymore. You can't make fentanyl out of a crater. And if you start making fentanyl out of a crater, make it a crater even deeper this time. You follow what I'm saying? That's the answer, in my opinion. Because the war on drugs has been probably 40 years.
Yeah.
And we're not making a dent in it. In fact, what I would argue is the population, and you've noticed this over the course of your life, and as well as I'm sure most of your listeners would agree, the general population of the United States is as dumb as they've ever been. Like, overwhelming majority of them, they're too busy worried about being entertained and looking at stupid crap on Facebook or whatever than educate themselves on actual problems and situations that go on today. You got literally people jumping each other's crap this morning over, like, I can't remember her name off the top of my head right now. Damn it, always moving. That dude, that fundamentalist black job couldn't listen to what that woman had to say before calling and chewing her out. That was ridiculous. Listen to what she had to say. Educate yourself a little bit before you speak. And that's the other side of the problem. One side is flipped out wackadoo, and the other side is that crap crazy too. There's somewhere in the middle ground, perhaps. But that's the point. We're not educating ourselves. We're just trying to, basically put blame and just, I know it's better because I was told this. Okay, well, did you backtrack and maybe look into what you were saying? And it was funny, towards the end of that man's call, he's saying the same crap she was. I'm like, really? About that Margaret Sanger, what the hell her damn name was? I'm like, really? You're saying the same stuff? But anyway, back to the opioids. The point is, I think they're doing it intentionally because they're trying to dumb society down to make them dependent. And hence, when they're dependent, they know where the cheese check comes from.
Mm-hmm.
They know where the free crap comes from, the Obama phones and the free money and whatever else you want to get. It's being done on purpose. A smart, intelligent, knowledgeable, and brave. So they added brave in there. Population can't just be pushed around. But a dependent, cowardly, society, they're not going to stand up and make sure you don't take theirs. They're just going to be like, yeah, well, whatever. Just get and take my stuff. That's okay. Just don't. Can I at least see Facebook for a little while? That's ridiculous. And that's part of why it's being done. That's why the war on drugs was never won. It was always looked at as a law enforcement issue. I think it should have been a national security issue handled by the U.S. military. You try to make fentanyl, wherever you make it, however you make it, it doesn't exist anymore. It's in a crater. If you try it again, we'll make the crater even bigger by blowing it up again. It's really that simple. Don't start that crap. Don't be no crap. Really simple, right? Problem solved. All right. Now the other driver called about a delete kit and the deaf situation and all of that. Now I've been hearing stuff on it for example, I've been driving the last couple of months, but I've been hearing about deaf shortages for a while now. But I don't need it. I don't use it, so I wouldn't know anything about it out of my own personal experience. Now he was talking about about whether this was ever even a good idea, and I'm going to say no. And I'll try to elaborate here without getting too technical. It's actually something I know a little bit about. The original mechanical diesels, like what's underneath me right now, making about 400 horsepower across Pennsylvania, it's an old Caterpillar 3406B. When I stomp the throttle, you get a little puff of brown smoke. It'll run about a second, and then it'll clear right up. The reason for that is the engine doesn't have any electronics to it. So until the turbo starts spooling up and making boosts, it has to have that pressure in order to burn the fuel properly. But the injector pump governor doesn't know that, so as soon as I mash the throttle, it rolls a little bit of, I won't call it coal, but just brown smoke for about a second. Once the turbo spools up, gets the pressure where it should be, now the fuel is being burned properly, and it turns into just a very mild haze if anything, coming out of the stacks. What's happening prior to the turbo spooling up is it's overfueling. The engine simply doesn't have the knowledge to don't do anything about it. It doesn't have any CM. It just has me just dropping on a throttle. To me, the most efficient and cleaner burning engines were when Caterpillar went to the 3406E, the electronic engines, your old school 60 series Detroit, and whatever the hell Cummins had that was basically the same. Now, Caterpillar didn't want to go with the DEF system initially. They wanted to go with that compounded turbo Acer. Compounded turbo meaning two turbo, and it's one turbo feeding into another turbo. It's not a twin turbo, a compounded turbo. Anyway, they went that route. It didn't work as well as they had hoped. The uptime was terrible. They ran like crap. It broke down consistently. Caterpillar left the truck market. Detroit went with the after treatment, and Cummins did the same. So now it's like, okay, so let's give them the argument that I'll give it to them. Let's give them the fact that with the DEF systems on these trucks, the exhaust is cleaner. Problem is you're making a lot more of it. Not only are you making more of it out of the truck that's running the system, because the engine can't breathe and it'll work hard to get rid of the exhaust. Not to mention all the problems that it creates, the heat and all that whatnot. But what about the truck that hauls the DEF? What about the manufacturers that make the DEF? What about the manufacturers that make the plastic, that make the bottles to haul the DEF in? What about all the trash from throwing out all those little bottles? In other words, you made a whole nother fleet of trucks to haul a whole nother non-needed product just to clean the exhaust out of the original trucks you already had. Look at the amount of stuff you wouldn't have to make, manufacture, or haul if you didn't have to run DEF at all. You know what I'm saying? It's like you literally have a whole... I would argue that you're really not helping. In fact, you're hurting. But it's not like helping was ever the goal for the government. Let's be honest. That never was the goal. So in the end, you got guys like me running around with trucks that, I don't know, some would consider an antique. This one being an 84. The other guy right there was saying he got trucks out of the 90s. Those were, in my opinion, the late 90s were the most efficient and the most cleaner burning trucks, all in all. And they were very, very reliable. These modern engines ain't that bad if you delete them, but you got to be careful of getting caught if you delete an engine. When I bought a Dodge Ram truck, everybody kind of was like, "Why'd you go with the gas-powered Hemi? Why didn't you go with the Cummins?" I go, "I'm not dealing with the emissions on the diesel. Not to mention, diesel costs more than gasoline anyway. I'd rather get crappier fuel economy, cheaper fuel, and not have to worry about all that after-treatment nonsense." In fact, other than seeing a really quick article, I never really looked into it, but apparently Cummins is looking to build I think it was a 6.8 liter, and this is Cummins. They want to build a 6.8 liter gasoline engine. So Caterpillar left the heavy truck market. Cummins is looking to build gasoline engines now? Have we reached a point where we've completely overregulated the diesel? At what point are we going to start shoving, gasoline engines like old Force Fairbanks or something, or old Waukesha in a Class 8 trucks because the diesels are just way too overly regulated? We're going to start driving Peterbilts burning unleaded gasoline.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Because in the end, gasoline doesn't have the power of the diesel. It never did. It's good for smaller stuff, but not for the big heavy stuff. But if diesel's so overly regulated, like with the heavy duty pickup truck I mentioned, looking back when they came out with the second gen Ram, what was it, in the mid '90s? You had the 10-cylinder V10 gas engine made by Dodge. And then you had the Cummins that they could put in the same truck. And at that time, no one really knew which would outsell one, because I think at that point, that was the first time that they were accurate. it's not like with the Ford, they branded the Power Stroke that's really international. Like, that's the first time that anybody, had a OEM truck that bragged they had an engine made by a whole other company. Like I said, the Power Stroke is an international, but Ford doesn't put Navistar on their truck. They call it Ford. They're just buying them from someone else, slamming them in there, same as Cummins. But Cummins was the only one that made the deal with Dodge where they're like, hey, you're going to put our emblem on your truck or we ain't selling you a motor. In the end, like that V10 my kids got, that did not hit the domestic market here in the States with a massive fanfare. It sold better in Canada because they're easier to start in the cold. But other than that, the Cummins made the heavy duty scene, and then everybody else picked up with it. Of course, we know the history with Hot Shot Secrets and how they came to develop because Ford couldn't build an injector worth of crap without needing Hot Shot Secrets to save their ass. And then they just gave up on that whole project, and it left Hot Shot Secrets kind of scrambling, which I guess that's typical of Ford. Wouldn't be the first time they did that kind of nonsense. But point being, we're not doing ourselves any favor with these after treatments. We should have just left well enough alone and just ran it the way it was and left it be. All I've seen in the 24 years of driving truck, almost 25 now, is every time the government got involved, it made it worse. And now you literally got guys that are like, you know what? You're either going to have to make the leak kits legal for trucks to run if you can't find the depth, or just start running older equipment. It's just not everybody can do that. I don't know what else to tell them.
And there's a whole lot of people opting like you are to just run the older equipment, right? That's all right. Well, thank you much, Cue Ball. Good to hear from you this Monday morning. He's talking about, that's like what the unintended consequences, right? Government gets involved. We're going to do this. We're going to clean up the air. And ultimately, because it looks so good on paper, but we didn't think that through completely. And it's kind of the same thing we're doing with the electric vehicles. It's a rather lengthy write-up, but yet another of those. Remember the complaints about the feasibility of electric vehicles? Yeah, the limited range and all that. Well, if you question, well, you're a climate denier. You can't keep hiding behind that excuse. Well, now the automakers are fitting bigger batteries into cars, dramatically increasing how far you can go between charges, right? Sounds great. And with the new fast charging stations, you can get anywhere you want in a vehicle that does not emit anything from the tailpipe. Yeah, you may be emitting particulate matter into the environment at a higher rate than you would in an actual gas-powered car, according to the new study. You'll say, well, how's that possible? Yeah, we touched on it at the time. May 16th, by the EV-centric outlet known as Green Car Reports. A British-based independent emissions testing firm found that the particulate matter emissions from the tires on your EV 1,850 times greater under normal driving conditions than from a tailpipe of a gas-powered car. According to the Environmental Protection Agency's own website, particulate emissions are, quote, microscopic solids or liquid droplets that are so small that they can be inhaled and cause serious health problems. It notes the particles are also the main cause of reduced visibility or haze we see in parts of the country. The EPA defines particulate pollution as inhalable particles, which are under 10 microns in diameter, and fine inhalable particulates at 2.5 microns and smaller. Now, the firm that conducted this study Emissions analytics found back in 2020 that particulate emissions from tires could be 1,000 times greater than that from the tailpipe. The test was designed to capture worst-case emissions under legal driving, according to the report. But when researchers replicated the test across a wider range of driving conditions, they found the number was even higher. The fundamental trends that drive this ratio are tailpipe particulate emissions are much lower on new cars, and tire wear emissions increase with vehicle mass and your aggressiveness of driving style. So our tailpipe emissions are falling, right? Exhaust filters become more efficient. All right. Meanwhile, tire wear emissions are going up exponentially as vehicles become heavier and the added power and torque is placed at the driver's disposal. And on the current trends, that ratio is just going to continue to increase. They found that adding half a metric ton, that's 1,100 pounds of battery weight, can result in tire emissions that are almost 400 more times greater than real-world tailpipe emissions. Everything else being equal. Oh, it's the unintended consequences. We didn't think about the tires, right? That's a daunting issue for car makers. Considering your electric vehicles already have a tendency to be heavier than gas vehicles because, yes, those batteries are very heavy. And the fact that buyers want greater range, meaning bigger battery packs. The weights of batteries vary from the electric vehicles, but they average about 1,000 pounds, according to batterystory.com. You look at the current, the brand new battery-powered F-150, the Ford F-150 Lightning, it weighs 1,600 pounds more than the regular F-150 truck. The Volvo XC40 Recharge packs an additional 1,000 pounds of weight when it comes to the Volvo XC40 with the internal combustion engine. Now, they do say there's a bit of a caveat to this. An important difference between tire and tailpipe particulate emissions is that most of the tailpipe is understood to go straight to the soil and the water. Most of the tire particulate actually gets suspended in the air, negatively affecting air quality. There's more to it, but I mean, the long story short, you pick your poison. Heaven knows. But we found the new one. The new one when it comes to electric vehicles. It's time that the left is going to have to at least admit the truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch. And we're a bit behind there. Final hour ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Global leaders are meeting in Germany for the G7 summit. President Biden announces a new G7 partnership that invests in countries that need support. He says there are already projects underway.
These strategic investments are areas of critical to sustainable development and to our shared global stability, health and health security, digital connectivity, gender equality and equity, climate and energy security.
Pfizer says an updated version of its COVID vaccine offers more protection against the Omicron variant. The company making the announcement with its biotechnology company BioNTech. The companies say data shows a booster shot of the Omicron-adopted variant provides a substantially higher immune response against the BA1 variant. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Juul is continuing to sell their vapes and vape-flavored cartridges, even though the FDA ordered them to stop selling them Thursday because of safety concerns. Pediatric specialist Dr. Frida Fisher says vaping has not been conclusively shown in studies to be safer than traditional cigarettes. She says the best way for teenagers and young adults to quit is to speak to their doctor.
Once they realized that these companies were targeting them, the teenagers and the middle schoolers, a lot of them, they don't like to be fooled, and so they just quit.
Customs and Border Protection is reporting a slight increase in drug seizures along the southern border. Arizona Attorney General and Republican candidate for U.S. Senate Mark Brnovich says that he's concerned about how these drugs are impacting communities.
They're bringing in records amount of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and they're empowering the cartels, and we're going to see more violence in our neighborhoods as a result of these failed Biden policies.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Former assistant football coach Joe Kelly was fired from a Washington high school for refusing to stop praying on the field after games. He took his case all the way to the Supreme Court, and they're expected to rule on it this week. Coach Kennedy sharing what he believes are the implications of the Supreme Court's ruling on this case.
Depending upon how it's written, this could provide broad protection for not just public school employees, but public employees at large. It could affect millions of Americans and their right to be able to share their faith in private settings, or just simply to be able to just pray over their meals at lunchtime without being discriminated.
Germany is declaring a gas crisis after Russia cut off supplies to Europe. This comes as Russia continues to invade Ukraine. Tennessee Republican Senator Bill Hagerty reacts to Germany's decision on Fox News.
It doesn't surprise me at all that Germany is taking this posture. Look, they foolhardily went in and they killed their nuclear energy. They got way over their skis in this green agenda, and they've realized that it doesn't work. They're going back to reopening coal-fired plants right now. And by the way, Maria, Germany never met its obligations under the Paris Climate Accord. America exceeded our obligations, even though we pulled out of it. So I think Germany is acknowledging the harsh reality that these green policies do not work. The technology isn't there.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers.
It's the overnight drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, off and rolling. Final hour on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend, all that fun stuff. You talked about the dangerous flash flooding last week of a group of hikers telling their story, describing their escape at the Capitol Reef National Park, where they said we were insanely lucky. All right, there's 3 of them out here that visiting the Utah park during a church campout. Told KUTV on Friday that it started to rain maybe 5 minutes from making it to the top of a mountain. So here we are kind of wandering down. We're having a blast. We're watching water gush off the sides of the canyon. It all looks pretty cool. I'm following one of the waterfalls down with my eyes. It was like, uh-oh, the road's gone. Which led to 3 of their 5 trucks totaled, and 2 of the cars drifted amid the floodwaters, and the trail had flooded out below them. They say 50 to 60 other individuals were trapped with them. And they all had to work collectively together to get safely down the mountain. We all worked together. There was a mother with a 6-year-old that was stranded as well, and the group was able to provide her with an emergency blanket. The 3 young men said a park ranger told them it was the worst flash flood she had seen in 15 years working there. There you go. What they're explaining. More of that could be happening this week. Flash flooding with the monsoon season happening out west. Arizona, Utah, New Mexico. Be aware. And again, it may not even be raining where you, but all of a sudden here comes a torrent of water down the side of a mountain from showers that were occurring several miles away. Torrential rains. All right, to horse feathers on a Monday. What's happening?
Oh, you got it there. Monday. So, anyways, there, yeah. Watch out for that. Watch out for that water. So you got this deal down here at the U.S. Supreme Court. There, apparently they got a fence put up, unlike what was going on back on January 6th, where it was going to be provided but never asked for. But so, anyways, so they're throwing stuff over the fence, causing destruction of property. The administration that's in office right now, the government that's in power right now, is pretty much on the side of the people that are I guess you'd call them rioters, or can we call them insurrectionists?
Yeah, all right.
Isn't this an insurrection? Shouldn't people be brought up on charges of insurrection and with what people were saying there about what they should do to Supreme Court justices and be hanging out in front of their house? Shouldn't there be hearings and insurrections and impeachments? Where's all that?
We've had a couple of fire bombings. We've had damage done to various facilities. You had an attempted assassination of a Supreme Court justice. What the hell?
I'm thinking somebody had to be. These people can't just think of that themselves. There has to be a mastermind that's pushing them towards that. So I think we need a serious congressional investigation or something, don't you?
Well,
see how that works out.
I think Trump must be behind all this.
Well, absolutely, probably.
That's right.
Can we impeach it? Can we impeach him again? Anyway, so that leads up to the next question. There, you got talking about the guy there with the fentanyl and all the drugs and stuff, and you said what, 80 months or something that he's going to be eligible for. And you look at what these people that are actually from January 6th there with the insurrection deal. Look at what they're getting for what supposedly they did, and I don't know, just the crime doesn't, the punishment doesn't seem to fit the crime equally across the board there.
Mm-hmm.
So and yeah, with the drug deal there, I'm pretty sure you're right there on the 1980s era there with Ronald Reagan, and I believe that was Nancy Reagan's project, wasn't it? Wasn't that kind of the first lady thing that she was given, and she was going to go around to all the schools and take the frying pan with the eggs, and this is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs, and do the whole frying pan deal there in the schools to scare all the kids to make them not take drugs, and anyways there. So I was glad to hear it. Always moving call back in there and kind of go back over her call and try to explain to the gentleman, I guess it would be, that called in and kind of ripped her pretty hard there. So I don't think he paid much attention to what she'd said, or didn't listen to the call, or maybe he was in backwards world or something when he was listening. I don't know. But as far as YouTube goes, you can go to YouTube at any time from the time from the time we're speaking right now. You can go to YouTube and listen to it, and all the way back to the beginning, and there's no delay to go back and listen to it or anything like that. So at any point from the time the show starts, you can go back and listen to the whole show right from the very beginning. You don't have to wait until the end, or you don't have to upload anything or anything like that. So, but anyways, I was glad she called back in, because I thought she had a really good call, and then that guy kind of came on and ripped her for something that she didn't even say. So yeah, but other than that, I don't know. It's kind of a quiet weekend there. Did a couple odds and ends there, and so, but really nothing drastic or major happened. So other than that, we're back at it on a Monday morning. So can you tell with the deal with the International Space Station, can you tell where its flight plan goes to after it leaves you, or is it what you get just for your location there, and just for the few minutes that you'd be able to see it in your area?
You can go to the NASA website. I mean, there's a website where you can go and you can get the breakdown. You can track all kind of different satellites that might be passing overhead, and when you can see them and all that stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know with the information you had, if you could tell me where it was going, whether it was coming my way or headed to Chevy Guy or headed up there to the Scarecrow, or which direction it was headed in. But anyways, that's about all we got going for you there. A few rain showers yesterday, and I don't know, it's partly cloudy tonight. See a few stars every now and then. And I never did get any weather forecast for the day from the local TV, so I can't compare to what you had for us to what they were saying and know anything about it. So, but other than that, I guess we'll let you try to find a couple more intelligent callers for the end of the show, and a little bit more time for the bottom of the hour there for you.
All right, will do. Yeah, if you go to, let's see, you can go to spotthestation.nasa.gov, and you can click on the link there that will track the International Space Station, first of all, which, yeah, I'm seeing the track. It's on the other side of the world right now. It'll make its way over. It's going to make another pass, I believe, and before coming around here a little after 5 o'clock this morning. But yeah, Pappy was telling me that last time we went out, we were able to spot the station. I guess he has some device where you can tell exactly where it is, and it was still in our vision overhead, kind of disappearing off the horizon. And he said we were still seeing it, and it was like passing off the East Coast or something, or maybe it was all the way up into, I think, the pass this morning is going to take it from Southwest, and we'll still be able to see it, and it'll actually be passing over into Canada. It's because it's 250 miles up there, which is pretty wild. You're looking at 21 past the hour. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so I just pulled it up from NASA. I mentioned it's on the other. I guess the current pass is the one that's going to come overhead here a little after 5 o'clock Eastern Time. The International Space Station circles the Earth every 90 minutes. It is traveling at about 17,500 miles per hour, which actually gives the crew on the station, if you can imagine, you get 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. 16. Yeah, sun's up, sun's down. Sun's up, sun's down. Pretty cool. Speaking of NASA, one other tidbit I had pulled up here, the launch of NASA's Capstone moon mission was supposed to take place over the weekend. It was delayed to at least no earlier than today. The microwave oven-sized Capstone will head toward the moon atop a Rocket Lab Electron vehicle, which will lift off from the New Zealand launch site. NASA and Rocket Lab had been looking at Saturday for the launch, but it was pushed back to allow for additional checks on the Electron. According to NASA's update, if all goes according to the current plan, Capstone will launch at 5:50 a.m. this morning, Eastern Daylight Time, and arrive at the moon on November 13. That arrival date will remain the same no matter when Capstone lifts off, according to NASA. It's set by the mission's trajectory design. So if they don't get it launched, I mean, they've got a launch window that goes all the way up to like July the 27th. The 55-pound Capstone will not land on the moon. Its chief objective is to verify the stability of a near rectilinear halo orbit around the moon, a highly elliptical path that no spacecraft apparently has ever occupied before, they tell us. NASA plans to put its Gateway space station, a part of the Artemis program of moon exploration, into a lunar NRHO, and Capstone is kind of I guess the mission of this is to kind of test that out. Okay. But again, 5:50 a.m. this morning, if all goes according to plan. And meanwhile, it is Chris on board this Monday. Hey, Chris, what's happening?
Hi, Steve. I was going to talk about this the other night. I think I lost my cell the same time you lost your computer. I was talking about that depth, and I'm sure you can delete that, like you said, but that's not the thing that most people delete. I kind of agree with Q Ball. The whole thing was kind of a waste, but the DPF is what causes all the problems. And when you hear about people deleting their emission system, they take that filter off, like your cattle hauler was saying. You can tell the whole system is gone, the filter and all that. That's what clogged up the engine so bad. But I think the depth is, all that does is get rid of the nitrous oxide. That actually improved the emission system because they didn't have to be as clean. Once they put the depth on, everybody tried to do it without depth, like CAT and International. They're the ones that had, they just gave up. Most of them, either they put the depth on or they got out of business like CAT. They said they wouldn't have, it just fills your engine with soot, like Q-Ball was saying. You can't breathe. It's backing up your exhaust into your engine. Man, I've seen the inside of these engines. They're just destroyed. But I think that, the reason they put that system on, that shutdown system on the depth, is you really wouldn't know if it was working or not. You'd have to put the probe in the exhaust. You remember when they did that to your car, you'd get the catalytic converter. That's the other stupid thing about it. The catalytic converter converts the carbon monoxide into carbon dioxide, which is what everybody's freaking out about, carbon dioxide. But they can't run it through there until they filter all the soot out of it. Then it doesn't get rid of the NOx. You remember you used to have that NOx number on your report. But I haven't heard of anybody that's going to. I think the scales used to check to see if you had taken your system off. Some of them, if they gave you an inspection. But, that inspection sticker, the federal annual, they just check your lights and brakes and a few things, make sure you don't have any broken parts. And that was never a real fine-tooth comb, But I just I throw that in there. But, you were talking about the Margaret Sanger. She didn't actually start that eugenics in the early part of the night, from 1900 into the 1930s or 40s. That was mainstream psychology. I'm not a fan of hers at all, but they did a lot worse things than what she was doing. They had forced sterilization in almost every state in the union up into they finally got rid of it. And they found out what a bunch of nonsense it was, anybody that was, it started out, they thought poor people, poverty was hereditary. That was their theory originally.
Wow. Okay.
And that's all. Yeah.
So if grandpa's poor, you're going to be poor, right? You can't dig yourself out of it.
Right. And they said what really screwed up their theory was the Depression, because they had all these rich people losing all their money.
All of a sudden, everybody's poor, right?
Yeah. But, well, that's about all I got, Steve. I'll see you later.
All right. Have a good morning. Thank you for checking in there, Chris. And have a great Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Are you ready to purchase your own Optimus Prime? Yeah, this is not a Hollywood production. Tesla is about, in a couple months, Tesla is going to unveil their humanoid robot. Optimus is the name of the robot, kind of like Optimus Prime. What can Optimus do for you? And how much is Optimus going to cost? Yeah, they haven't said how much it's going to cost yet, but I think when they give the official unveiling here, I believe it's in September. Yeah, well, what can Optimus do for you? We'll tell you more coming up right after a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Developing countries often lack the essential infrastructure to help navigate global shocks like a pandemic.
President Biden at the G7 summit, the president pledging $200 billion in U.S. funding for projects to help improve developing countries. Biden saying it's part of a G7 initiative to invest in sustainable projects. Protests continued Sunday over the Roe versus Wade announcement on Friday. A group of Antifa members wearing black clothing, hoods, and masks caused damage in Portland's Hollywood district Saturday night. The group breaking windows and tagging several businesses, including a pregnancy resource center. Portland police monitoring the crowd but not doing anything to stop the violence. Protesters also blocking busy freeways in Los Angeles. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. That's 800-883-3024.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, before I get to the Optimus Prime thing, I just came across this. Rick, our friend there at Columbus, shared this little story out of Michigan on Facebook. But I guess you've got to give a tip of the hat to this youngster. Becoming an Eagle Scout is a great honor. The top rank with Boy Scouts of America. For Ben Hayes, becoming an Eagle Scout at just 13 years old just wasn't a big enough accomplishment. Last week, he completed his goal to earn every single merit badge the Scouts have to offer. How about that? That's 139 badges, which they say is a feat that only half of 1% of Scouts actually accomplish. In other words, 0.5%, half of 1%. Hayes says, I feel amazed how much I've accomplished over the past few years. He said his favorite badge is the railroad badge. Earning it sparked a love for locomotives, and because of that, he plans to be an engineer one day. His mom says Boy Scouts has really changed his life. He was just kind of shut down to begin. No one thought he'd do anything. He's on the spectrum. The successful level wasn't there. And I guess to earn the merit badges, you do it at your own speed. Ben also completed a project to put AEDs in outdoor areas so families can take children to places they couldn't go before. One of the most challenging badges to earn forced him to face his fear. I guess he had a fear of water. That was swimming. He conquered that and learned how to swim, earning him the badge. Not only does he have all the badges, but a book full of patches as well. How about that? So I guess he got a lot of support. Scout leaders, friends, even his mom. The final badge he earned last week was for golf, apparently. A lot of people say the ones who try to get them all are just trying to get them. But, yeah, he's done a lot. 139 badges. So congratulations to Ben Hayes, I believe of Whitehall, Michigan. Back to Tesla, though. Optimus Prime. Tesla has scheduled the unveiling for their Optimus robot for September 30th, part of their Artificial Intelligence Day, AI Day, and the second of its kind for Tesla was apparently slated for August, but now the company's primed for a September unveiling. Some of the reported capabilities of the Optimus robot. Optimus will stand at 5 foot 8 inches tall and weigh 125 pounds. The robot will have a walking speed of 5 miles per hour. Optimus will have a carrying capacity of 45 pounds and a deadlift capacity of 150 pounds. Elon Musk hopes Optimus will have the capabilities to handle most common chores, I guess. Now, in a previous tweet, Musk confirmed the prototype will not look like the previous renditions that were displayed at some of the technology conferences. They plan to begin production of this robot next year. The cost and the availability not announced just yet. What will an Optimus cost? Get to, is that Coyote online? Good morning, Coyote.
Good afternoon, Steve. Yeah, 91 in Connecticut, southbound side's closed down. The detour around that's not marked, and it's a long ways around it. Set me from almost 40 minutes behind schedule. So it's all back roads, just everybody plays follow the leader. I don't know what's going on up there, but they got us sprung around to the one place we thought we could get back on, and they had that ramp closed down. So everybody just got over to 17, followed 17 down there, and got back on 91 to their last couple exits there. So if anybody's coming down that way, you can get off 691 and go over to go. Like I said, I have no clue what's going on.
Some kind of a mess, though. All right, just get in line, like you said.
Yeah, that was the best way because that's the only way you're going to get through there. It's all back road, 2-lane roads. So, a couple turns, that was it. But main road that you want to get to is 17, and come back down on that. That bring you back down to 91.
Okay. Pack your patience this Monday morning.
Yes. You know, the day you wish you stopped and took a nap. All right. Other than that, hear you tonight.
That's it. That's all. That's thank you for the update, though. There, do appreciate you checking in there, Coyote. Have a good morning. You know, after all this time that has passed, and the realization that the COVID vaccines did not live up to the expectation, you know, as we all can rehash, the only way we're going to end the pandemic, you got to get the shot. Then turns out getting the shot didn't prevent you from coming down with it, didn't prevent you from passing it, but they're still pushing this issue about military personnel. According to the Associated Press, up to 40,000 Army Guard troops are still unvaccinated, and at least 7,000 may be dismissed for having refused to take the vaccine. The deadline is looming. According to data from the AP, Somewhere between 20 and 30% of the Guard soldiers in 6 states are not vaccinated. More than 10% in 43 other states still haven't had their shot. Around 7,000 National Guards have requested exemptions, which are almost all for religious reasons. But in an interview with the AP, the director of the Army National Guard, Lieutenant General John Jensen, says, we're going to give every soldier every opportunity to get vaccinated and continue their military career. Every soldier that's pending an exemption, we will continue to support them through their process. We're not giving up on anybody until the separation paperwork's been signed and completed. There is still time. So again, after all this, they're still looking at booting these guys and gals, I guess, I should say. Right. Oklahoma National Guard announced last year that they will not impose the COVID vaccine mandate. But the Pentagon responded and actually threatened the Oklahoma National Guard for not forcing their members to take the vaccine. Pentagon threatened the careers of the Guard members in the state and announced the state statute may jeopardize their status. Texas governor, meanwhile, Governor Abbott, sued the administration of the Pentagon over the vaccine mandate back in March of this year. They say over 40% of Texas National Guard have refused to get the vaccine, but still talking about booting thousands out of the military. Why? Why? That's the question. All right, let's see. Hello to Steve this morning. It's Monday again. Yes, it is. Hope everybody's weekend was a restful one. Ours sure was. He said we didn't do a single thing at the house. It was quite nice. Unfortunately, has to come to an end as we get to start another week here. Everybody enjoy your day. And there's Truck and Phil back with us on a Monday morning. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Monday. Back at it after a great week's vacation in the Smoky Mountains, and capped it all off with the Billy Joel concert at Notre Dame Stadium Saturday night. Now it's time to get her done. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Everybody, have a great day. Only 181 days till Christmas. Thank you very much. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi, as he likes to say. 12 before the hour, and clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Oh, the cost of energy. Yeah, we all know it's going up, right? How's it impacting you? Is it being detrimental to your life? Well, there's hundreds of people that may be losing their jobs due to the cost of energy. According to the report, a large aluminum plant in Kentucky is temporarily halting production and laying off more than 600 workers due to rising energy costs. A company known as Century Aluminum has announced plans to shut down their Hawesville smelter for anywhere from 9 to 12 months, starting in August. The plant, with about 628 workers, is actually the second largest employer in Hancock County. According to the Owensboro Messenger, the county's judge executive told the paper the company gave him no assurances that the plant will ever reopen after that. The company told him that the power costs have risen dramatically this year. Century Aluminum said their plant is the largest U.S. smelter and the largest producer of high-purity primary aluminum in North America. The plant along the Ohio River had recently increased production, and in April they announced the addition of 60 jobs. We celebrated that. According to the president of the United Steelworkers, I guess if it hadn't been for the cost of power, we would still be rocking and rolling. Looks like the employees there learned of the impending layoffs last Wednesday, so in fairly short order, start looking for another job. The second largest employer in that county, though, and then, well, I guess next question is, what does that do to aluminum prices? All right, real quick, like here, as we Head down the home stretch real quick like Toyota. Yeah, I got a recall. Toyota recalling 2,700 BZ4X crossover vehicles. Apparently, there are wheel bolts that could come loose. It is a major setback for the Japanese automaker's ambitions to roll out electric cars. The announcement Friday, they said the cause is still under investigation, but the whole wheel could come off. That's not good. We've seen wheels coming off in NASCAR, right? They made that change this year. You're very likely to be involved in a crash. Until a remedy is available, no one should drive these vehicles, according to the company statement. Among the vehicles subject to the latest recall, about 2,200 were destined for Europe, 270 for North America, a little over 100 to Japan, 60 for the rest of Asia. The BZ4X went on sale about 2 months ago. It's a key model in Toyota's plans to build up or strengthen their electric vehicle lineup. They plan to Toyota said they're going to have 30 different electric vehicle models by the year 2030. They plan to be selling 3.5 million electric vehicles that year. Toyota is also investing $17.6 billion in battery research and battery development to get there. All right, same maker of the Prius and the Lexus luxury models. Okay, we'll close it out with that on a Monday morning. Thank you so much for spending some time with us during these late night, early morning hours. Coming up next, stick around with TNCRadio.live. It'll be Stan Campbell and the Trucker Radio Show. 2 hours of fun, laughter, country music, stories of interest for any truck driver out there. Kicking off at 5 a.m., minutes from now. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us again for another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but